hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, thank you.
Well, I see we are live now. Good morning, everybody. It is 8:30 in the morning, and we will call to order the meeting of the Public Employees Benefits Board for June 11th. All right, item 1, roll call.
Laura Freed,
Here.
Linda Fox,
Here.
Betsy Aiello,
Present.
Don Bailey,
Here.
April Karin,
Present.
Michelle Kelly,
Here.
Jennifer Krupp, on mute, but I see you.
Yes, I'm present. Mute was not working for a second. Sorry.
Tim Lindley,
I am here.
Tom Verducci,
Here.
Marcia Urban. And I do not see Marcia at the moment. We do have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I would like to extend a special welcome to our new Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Keegan. Thanks for joining us, and we look forward to working with you. And I'm going to call on you on agenda item 3 anyway. So with that, we'll move to agenda item 2, public comment.
For those who have joined for public comment, your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number will be announced, and you may now make your comments. Due to time considerations, each caller will be limited to 3 minutes. And caller Brooke, you may now unmute and make your comment.
Thank you. My name is Brooke Maylath, for the record, and I need to call your attention to certain issues that I recently discovered in some of the ancillary insurance coverage. First, a little bit of history. In the fall of 2014, I presented to the PEB board about opening the plan to be able to cover gender-affirming surgeries for transgender employees. And that was granted, and the PEB plan has been covering gender-affirming procedures since July 1st, 2015. So you can imagine my surprise when I was reviewing the material for the Aflac Group Hospital Indemnity Plan that specifically has an exclusion in it that this plan does not cover services related to sex or gender change, which is runs counter to the fact that you're already covering those types of surgeries within your health plan, but then you're denying any additional coverage in case something goes wrong in the indemnity plan. Further, this is in violation of NRS 613.330 because this essentially targets just transgender people for no reasons, no discernible reasons, and affects only transgender people in the lack of coverage for those, for any of those kinds of issues. So you have a huge liability issue that the plan is guilty of right there on its face, unless you are able to get a hold of the insurance provider, Aflac, and have them remove that exclusion immediately from the plan. So I would like to be able to see that done with all possible haste, and have everybody in the plan notified of its removal so that we can be able to put this behind us, and Nevada can continue to be an encompassing equal opportunity employer in all of its compensation, its plans, and its hiring of gender diverse people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits, 8853. Please slowly spell your name for the record. Press star 6.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-E-R, President, UNLV Chapter and Southern Nevada Government Affairs Representative, Nevada Faculty Alliance, and UNLV Employee Benefits Advisory Committee. With deep respect and sincere appreciation for the PEB board and its members who serve in such good faith, we nevertheless must state that this past year's budgeting and plan design process has been distressing and disillusioning, resulting in severe cuts to PEB benefits ostensibly justified by the COVID-19 economic downturn. The major portion of these cuts were not restored by the 81st legislature, despite $586 million more than anticipated in state revenues and $2.7 billion in American Rescue Plan funds. Clearly, the powers that be in Nevada have acted as though we do not deserve recovery, not the thousands of faculty and staff at our colleges and universities, not tens of thousands of other state employees, including the staff of PEB. No matter that so many of us answered the call of the pandemic emergency to work time and a half and more in short-staffed departments and offices to keep our state running and to deliver quality education to our students through unimaginable difficulties, our reward now appears to be severe and unnecessary cuts to health insurance and benefits that add even more stress to us and to our families. We hope you agree that this is not right and that budget restorations should be a top priority of the PEB board. Agenda item number 5 you will hear today includes a report on American Rescue Plan funds. Policies guiding how these funds will be distributed and by what means have changed since the board packet was written. The governor's office is soliciting applications from state agencies for ARP funds allocations. Requesting or applying is a PEB board and executive officer responsibility. We ask the board to apply for restoration of the PEB budget by at least 25 to 30 million from American Rescue Plan funds. These funds could be transferred back to the PEB budget from the general fund and used first to lower out-of-pocket maximums for FY23 plan designs to relieve the sickest and most vulnerable, and then to restore long-term disability and life insurance benefits. We ask you to do everything possible to restore the PEB budget from American Rescue Plan funds and to take that action or at least discuss it today. Thank you.
Caller Kent Irvin, you may now unmute and slowly state and spell your name for the record and make your comment.
Hello, this is Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-I-N, for the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good morning, Executive Officer Rich, Chair Reed, and committee members. We appreciate that the decisions to cut healthcare benefits for state workers due to the pandemic-induced budget crisis have been very difficult for the PEB board members and staff, and that the input of the PEB board on plan design decisions was not always accepted. Regardless, at this juncture, just as the pandemic is subsiding and the economy is coming back in full force, state employees are facing cuts to benefits and higher premiums compared with the pre-pandemic FY 2020 plans, including the elimination of long-term disability income benefit and essential safety net. We also appreciate that the legislature restored the Medicare retiree HRA contributions and gave a 1-month premium holiday. However, those decisions were made before Treasury guidance was received by the state on how the state can spend its $2.7 billion with a B in American Rescue Plan ARP funds. According to Section 1 of SB 461, we estimate that $400 million to $600 million or more in ARP funds will be transferred to the state general fund for addressing budget shortfalls, which is one of the 7 strategic priorities in the governor's Every Nevadan Recovery Framework. The cuts to the PEB budget were caused by pandemic-related budget shortfalls and need to be addressed, according to the strategic goal, with ARP funds. The state should now use ARP funds to fully restore PEB benefits and premiums to pre-pandemic FY 2020 levels, including restoring life insurance and long-term disability starting in FY 22, and fully restoring deductibles, out-of-pocket maximums, HSA contributions, HMO, EPO copays, and 0% coinsurance, and the premiums to FY 2020 levels for FY 2023. The total estimated cost is $25 million to $30 million, depending on use of excess reserves. Under the discussion of ARP funding in Action Item 5, we respectfully request Chair Freed and the PEB Board to direct the Executive Director Rich to proactively seek full restoration of benefits through the Governor's Finance Office and Interim Finance Committee, the process provided by SB 461. This should not be left up to legislators to do it on their own without a formal request and backup information from the agency. Since our inquiry to the Executive Director was not answered, we have to ask here in public comment whether that has already happened or not. Thank you.
Caller Marlene Lockard, please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may make your comment.
Thank you. My name is Marlene Lockard, Lockard, representing the retired public employees of Nevada. With the legislative session behind us, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the PEB board members who supported the advocates' alternative options for the required recommended budget cuts for the 81st session. I am very pleased to report that through a collective effort by advocates representing various participant groups in the PEB system, we were able to restore, as you all know, some of those cuts. In addition, RPEN was pleased to support AB 48 and help defeat AB 337, which we felt was an intrusion on this board's authority. While there is much discussion regarding the expected influx of federal funds to be used to restore the balance of the cuts, I want to put on the record my profound disappointment that yet again there will be, quote, excess reserves available that could have prevented these cuts, and thus the pain and anxiety many of our participants are experiencing. Those of you who were engaged in the hearing process regarding PEB and its budget know that I repeatedly called out the proper name for excess reserves to be called what it actually is: profits, plain and simple. Every year since 2011, in the onset of multi-million-dollar reserves began accumulating, I have heard Cassandra's cry that the sky would fall in and that these profits could not be used because they were just an estimate only to see year end with a more than what was projected. Many of us have called for an audit of why an actuary with a multi-million-dollar contract with PEB could miss the mark so substantially year after year. And we will continue to do so, and the board should address this issue as well. I believe that enough legislators heard our story and are beginning to understand the history of some of PEB's past spontaneous policy decisions that have had a detrimental impact on its participants. Finally, I feel compelled to put this on the record. I find it unconscionable for the chair of this board to refuse to meet or speak with an advocate who is a respected and knowledgeable professional representing a major portion of PEB members. Hiding from the facts doesn't make them go away. Finally, I want to express RPEN's appreciation to Don Bailey for his many years of service and his dedication and hard work on this board. We appreciate you, Don. Thank you very much.
Caller Kevin Ranft, please slowly state and spell your name for the record and make your comment.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, respected chair and committee members. My name is Kevin Ranft. Last name spelling R-A, N as in Nancy, F as in Frank, T as in Tom, with AFSCME Local 4041, representing state employees. In regards to this upcoming plan year, effective July 1st, 2021, as stated through this year, we are extremely disappointed. We do appreciate a few restorations that were made. However, we feel the board could have notified the legislature that it was 100% feasible to delay open enrollment or delay the planned year. This would allow an opportunity to fully take advantage of the ARP funds or other funds that have been found. This clearly would have been an opportunity to restore the lost benefits and the cost that have been placed on state employees and their families. We ask that this board continue to seek ARP funds and restore all lost benefits and lower premiums, including removing the HMO deductible and the 20% coinsurance, along with the other cuts. We hope this is done previously to plan year 2023, so the employees do not have to continue to carry the weight, especially with reserve funds being existing in the current budget. These cuts on the upcoming plan year could have been prevented. We need to seriously look at all options, notify the appropriate personnel within the legislature to ensure that things could have been delayed. Again, I cannot stress this enough. State employees did not deserve, during a pandemic, to have this extra burden placed on them and their families. I ditto the comments of our advocates. It's time that we all get together to ensure that things like this never happen again. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last four digits, 7338. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Chair Freed, members of the board. Priscilla Maloney with the AFSCME retirees. That's PRISCILLAMALONEY. The nice thing about going later in the queue for public comment is that I get to echo all the fine and well thought out comments of those who went before me. So I will say ditto to everything that the Nevada Faculty Alliance has put on the record already this morning, to Mr. Ranft from the AFSCME retirees, to Ms. Lockhart, Dr. Irvin, Dr. Unger. But I would like to make two specific points on behalf of the AFSCME retirees. One is that we completely echo Dr. Irvin's points on SB 461. Subsection 1, subsection 2G1 is not aspirational. It is now in statute. And the disbursements, and I'm reading from the statute, the proposed language, which will be in statute for purposes of this bill, disbursements for any other purpose authorized for the use of the money received from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. So they are referring obviously to the American Rescue Plan Act funds. And the very first category listed in the list below this statement, this global statement, is increasing access to healthcare and community-based services. So when we get to agenda item 5 on this morning's docket, I would like to suggest that this is not to be a philosophical or existential discussion. PEB has a mandate now from the governor's office, which is to submit a plan on how the program intends to restore the benefits cut due to the coronavirus pandemic. The second point I would like to make briefly is I do echo strongly Ms. Lockard's and Dr. Irvin's comments. I would like to suggest to the PEB board that when this organization during legislative session takes a position with a fiscal note on a bill, there is an absolute duty of the agency to meet with the proponents of the bill and discuss the fiscal notes. I need not say more other than this is a completely unacceptable situation. If there is a fiscal note on a bill from PEB, PEB needs to meet with the sponsor of the bill. Full stop. Thank you for your time.
Caller Nathan, please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may make your comment. Caller Nathan, please unmute, slowly state and spell your name for the record, and make your comment. Madam Chair, the public comment has concluded.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to agenda item 3, PEB board disclosures for applicable board meeting agenda items. Mr. Keegan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Deputy Attorney General Peter Keegan for the record. This is the agenda item that allows me to make disclosure on behalf of the Nevada Public Employee Benefit Program board members who are eligible for PEB benefits. Of course, most of the items on today's agenda have an indirect effect on these benefits, but in particular, it appears that items 5 and 7 deal specifically with benefits and the future allocation thereof. Pursuant to NRS 281A 420, on behalf of the board members who are eligible for PEB benefits, I'm offering this disclosure that they will be voting on those items that may affect the benefits to them and or their family members. I know that the law does not preclude them from voting on these items, and I would like to invite any member that has an additional ethics disclosure to please make it now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Agenda item 4, consent agenda. Usually this is a much bigger and longer agenda item than it is today. So all we have is 4.1, approval of minutes from 3 past meetings, March 11th, March 25th, and April 7th. Board members, I hope you've had a chance to read all of these minutes and offer any corrections on the record if you choose to. Hearing none, I will accept a motion to approve the minutes from the March 11th, March 25th, and April 7th, 2021 board meetings.
Linda Fox, for the record, I will make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Tim Lindley, second.
Okay, thanks. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving to agenda item 5, executive officer report.
Good morning, Laura Rich for the record. I do want to start out before I get into this report. I do want to start out with just making the announcement that it is Miss Urban and Mr. Bailey's last board meeting. And I do want to thank both of them for everything that they have brought to the PEB board and their expertise and their input and advocacy. especially Mr. Bailey. I think you've been with PEB now for going on 8 or 9 years. So I think he's done his time at PEB, not to mention all the time that he put in as a state employee prior to that. So with that, I mean, you know, Dawn, do you want to take a minute to just say some parting words, especially, you know, after you've been here that long?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Laura applauded when you made the announcement that was my last meeting. I hope that's not a signal.
No, of course not. I'm just happy for you, Mr. Bailey. But I agree with the executive officer. Do you have any words of wisdom for the rest of the board?
I'm only tormenting you, okay? That's my job. What I can give to, what I like to say is I've had a wonderful time. It's been a little over 8 years now, and it's a tough board to be on. You make a right move, the left people don't like you. You make a left move, the right people don't. It's just a tough board. But I would say to the new members, and there's almost all new members, Tom, I want to give you a special attaboy because Tom stuck with me most of his time. But to the new board members, which is a great deal, most of the board is new now. And I would say lean on your president of your board, lean on your executive leader, and most of all, lean on your board staff. You've got a wonderful staff working for you. All these people have been around, most of them a long time, and they have the background and they know what's gone on since 8 or 9, 10, 15 years. So lean on them because they are the experts in their jobs. And I leaned on them many, many times, and they've always come through for me. When you don't, if you have a question on that agenda and you don't really understand it, call one of the staff and get some input to it, because that will clear the air. And when you sit on the board and you make a decision to vote yes or no, you're going to feel very comfortable in doing so. But again, I will miss the board. I know that seems hard to believe, but I'm not going to miss reading 300 and 400 pages. That I won't miss. But if you don't read them, I have a standard, and my thinking is I read everything twice. And then by the time, and I tab everything. And by the time I'm done and I attend a meeting in real life, which I hope you can all get back to someday, virtual's fine, but it's not the personality. And I like the personalities. You got some great board members now. And so draw on that information and do what your heart tells you, because that's really the key to voting. Do what your heart tells you. I have represented ORPEN a long time, and I'm proud of that. And they have backed me. I was sort of like the only retiree for a while. And I don't know who's a retiree anymore, but I've enjoyed it. And Ms. Freed, would you please tell the governor thank you for giving me this opportunity? Thank you. That's it. Laura, Rich, you're back.
Thank you so much, Tom. And we are definitely going to miss you. We hope to see you back at public comment, maybe. You are always welcome at our board meetings. And
I may hold you to that one.
Marcia, do you have anything that you want to add? I know you've been around. You took over a previous member's position, and you've kind of carried out that term, and this is your last board meeting. So any parting words?
Thank goodness it's over. I took the year that was probably the worst one possible, and that taught me to go elsewhere, to do other things. But it has been an education, and I think every one of the board members work really hard to represent the state employees and to make their health care a priority.
Well, thank you so much for your service, and I know you have endured the worst year possible. I agree. So thank you, and we'll see you at public comment as well. Okay, so to get back to agenda item number 5, which is the executive officer report. I will say that there's some updates to this report. When it was written, we actually had to cancel the board meeting originally on May 27th and reschedule it due to a variety of reasons. And so some of these reports are somewhat outdated, so I'm going to give some verbal updates to them. So budget closing. The budget was heard on May 7th at the joint meeting of the Senate Committee on Finance and Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. The PEP budget was largely approved based on what was proposed in the governor's recommended budget. But there were some suggestions that were approved later by the committee as well. So as you heard in public comment, the restoration of the Medicare Exchange HRA contribution from the original cuts brought it back to 11. We're now funded back to the $13 that we were at before the pandemic. This cost is it's about 3.3 million, and it will be funded through differential cash or excess cash. Also, there was a 1-month premium holiday that was approved. So there's a premium holiday in plan year 22 and a premium holiday in plan year 23. The approximate cost of this is about $6 million a year and will be funded through a general fund appropriation. So this was actually funded by the legislature. This premium holiday, what it is anyone any member who pays a premium will receive a 1 month during the plan year they won't have to pay their insurance premiums. This is the premium. Some people may end up getting a premium holiday of $40. Others may, depending on what tier and what plan they're in, they are getting a much larger subsidy, or contribution. So it is not necessarily a flat cost across the board or a flat contribution across the board. It just depends on where you are at where the member's at in their tier and in their plan that they've chosen. So I think this is going to relieve some of the pressure of increased costs. It's not obviously ideal because we did have, as you heard through public comment, really significant cuts during the pandemic, but this is helpful. Members will receive, 1 month where they get free insurance. So none of these changes to the budget had any adverse effects on open enrollment. And I think that was the intent of the legislature. What can we do that will not mess up open enrollment? Because when you have significant plan changes, you have to provide an open enrollment period for folks to be able to change plans or to be able to make decisions based on those plan design changes. And so when the legislature was looking into how can we help PEB, this is really what they were looking at, is how can we do it without messing up open enrollment and without throwing a wrench in things. So even though that there was no impact to open enrollment, there's still going to be communication. We will be communicating to those Medicare recipients that Medicare HRA contributions are going back to $13 per year of service. So we'll be developing communication and making sure that, you know, all of our guides and things like that, or any of our communication within PEB is updated to reflect those changes. The one thing that we as a board need to discuss is that the legislature opted not to specify which month that premium holiday should occur, and really instead has left the decision up to PEB. So PEB staff have already reached out to our largest pay centers, because in order to accommodate the premium holiday, we have to make sure that those pay centers can accommodate the premium holiday. And so we wanted to make sure, you know, what does it take? What does it take for specifically central payroll and NCHE and PERS? Those are the three largest pay centers that we have, and automated systems that we work with within PEB. How could they accommodate this, and what kind of lead time did they need to accommodate this? Turns out that they're able to really just do this fairly easily. There's some changes that need to be done need to be made in the files that go over, but to address those data changes would be pretty simple. So what we need to discuss is what month makes the most sense to provide this this premium holiday. PEB will be transitioning to a new eligibility and enrollment system vendor on January 1st, 2022. So I think it's very important that this happens before we transition, just because of, you know, that introduces an element of risk if we wait until after that time. So I think in order to avoid any potential issues, we really need to focus on doing it before that. So the recommendation here is to ensure that the planning and coordination with vendors and pay centers, as well as to avoid any potential system issues, PEB recommends that the holiday occur in either August, September, or October of 2021. And then again, for consistency, that same month in 2022, and you know, for us to be able to plan ahead as well. So I'm going to stop right there and just address some of these questions. And I don't know if we want to just discuss and take a vote on this before we move on to the next section.
This is Laura Freed. Yeah, I think we do. I'll start the questions off though. So the premium holiday is approximately $6 million in general fund. I want to get clear on what we mean by premium holiday. Back before the Great Recession, when PEB used to do premium holidays to eat through reserves, premium holiday was defined as a holiday both for participants paying their share, as well as a subsidy holiday, if you will, when for that month, state subsidies weren't collected and brought into the AGIS and RGGI accounts. Is that what we're talking about here? Or is this $6 million purely the participants don't pay their share, but PEB continues to collect for that month?
For the record, Laura Rich, that's a good question. This is purely for participants. The employer portion will still be paid by the agencies. This is purely for participants. This is something that was intended to relieve some of the pressure off of participants who have been affected by these. Now, that being said, there is a question that came up recently, and it may be something that the board needs to decide as well. So the intent here is to provide employees and retirees relief. There's a small number of COBRA participants. With COBRA participants, they have their terminated employees they have, for whatever reason, decided to continue to stay on the plan, and they're paying 102% of the total premium. So it's not just the employee premium, it is the total premium. This is employee and employer premium, and plus that 2%. There was no discussion, nor was it even considered through the legislative process as to whether or not this applies to COBRA participants. This is probably something that we as a board need to discuss, because does it make sense to apply this to, or was the intent to apply this to COBRA participants? You can make the argument that COBRA participants are they do participate in PEB. However, they are not employees, nor are they retirees, nor do they receive any of the benefits right through or are eligible for any of the benefits through the state. So it's kind of a fine line. I have asked our LCB fiscal analyst, and he also concurred that this is probably a board decision as to what makes sense. My opinion is that the legislative intent was to help out our employees and retirees. Therefore, I don't know if this applies to COBRA, but this is probably something that we need to discuss as a group.
Marcia Urban, for the record, when you say participant, if someone has dependents, when you have that holiday, they have their monthly premium is set in one lump. Would they then separate that out and just give the participant, or would it also include their dependents?
For the record, Laura Rich, no, so it is, yes, it is 100% based on tier. So if they are in the employee plus family tier, they get, and they're paying whatever that premium is, that month they are not paying it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Marcia Urban, for the record. Thank you.
Jennifer Krupp, for the record. I had a quick question regarding the COBRA population. You said it was a small population, but how small is that population?
I think last time that we checked, Laura Rich, for the record, last time it was somewhere around 80-ish. So it's a small number.
One other thing, Jennifer Krupp, for the record, that I did want to point out too, that it might be helpful for board members to take into consideration is that under ARPA, COBRA is subsidized 100% through September 30th. So when making a decision, we may want to factor that in terms of what month to offer the premium holiday. If it looks like we'd like to continue subsidizing COBRA beneficiaries, so just information to put on the record.
And that is also just for clarification for PEB. There are some folks that have qualified for this benefit through the stimulus funding. However, the only way to qualify for it is you've had to have lost your job through either a layoff or a termination. If you quit, then they are not eligible for that. And so not everyone who has COBRA is eligible for this benefit.
Jennifer Kirk, for the record, thank you for that additional information.
Tom Verducci, for the record. Well, I wanted to thank Marcia and Dawn for their service also. Dawn, I'm going to especially miss you. You've been a solid, practical voice, and you listen very well to the needs of the participants, and I'm going to truly miss not having you at the meetings. But I did want to ask a question on the restoration of the HRA contributions from $11 to $13. And my question is to Laura, with the I believe there was a policy change and there was changes to the NRS that the excess reserve differential cash could only come from one-time payments and not reoccurring. So is this a reoccurring type of expense, or is it considered one time? And what is the rationale in terms of making it a reoccurring, if indeed it is?
So Laura Rich, for the record, I believe, Mr. Viducci, what you are referring to was is board policy, not in the NRS. We had discussed this as part of the board policies, that there's a desire to not fund ongoing costs with reserves, excess reserves. When it comes to the legislature, they can do what they please. And so this was a decision that was made by the legislature during our budget process and during our budget hearing. And the decision was made to fund that benefit through by absorbing it through excess cash.
Okay, because I do recall that we were corrected in the past by the legislature for doing this. So I just wanted to point that out to make sure that we're not continuing to do anything incorrectly.
Michelle Kelly for the record, Chair Fried.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Executive Officer Rich, I just have a question regarding the COBRA piece as well. So I'm just wondering, so the $6 million that was funded through general funds, from your question, I'm assuming, perhaps incorrectly, that they did not fund this premium holiday for COBRA recipients. Is that correct?
Laura Rich, for the record, they had asked for a cost estimate. And when we gave them the cost estimate, we did not include COBRA in that. However, because it's such a small number of, there's such a small number of COBRA participants, it's only a couple $100,000. That being said, I'm looking at the COBRA premiums right now, and I mean, they can go, they're, depending on if you're on an employee plus family tier, you're above, almost at $2,200 on, in certain plans. So there's definitely you're funding, if we choose to cover the COBRA participants, we are funding them at much, much higher levels than we would be for the typical state employee and retiree.
Okay, just a follow up then on what Board Member Krupp had asked. Or had reminded us, can you talk a little bit about the COBRA subsidy that's covered for people who have lost their job because of the pandemic? How long has that been in place? Because obviously that's a significant benefit.
Sure. Laura Rich for the record. So this was part of the federal stimulus that basically, if you have lost your job involuntarily, so this does not cover, like I said, if you voluntarily leave your job, you do not qualify for this. But if you have involuntarily lost your job, either through position elimination or a layoff, or even if you have been involuntarily terminated, it allows for 100% a 100% subsidy coverage through COBRA from April 1st through all the way through September. We are still working it out through the governor's finance office, because the way the language is written, the way that you receive the reimbursement from the federal government is through a Medicare tax credit. Well, PEB does not that there's a complexity there, because how does PEB eventually, if we are absorbing this cost, how does PEB get that money back through, because we're not obviously not paying the Medicare tax credit. On top of that, it's even more complex because we have different pay centers. So for example, we've worked it out to a degree with central payroll where we can move money around, and likely through work programs through IFC, PEB will be reimbursed for those costs. But we have several people in the university system who have used this benefit, and we're still trying to work out a plan for that. So there's definitely some operational challenges to getting that reimbursement. However, PEB has made made it easy on participants. We're giving them that benefit today as of April 1st, and figuring it out, behind the scenes through the different agencies on how we're going to get reimbursed. Eventually, we hope that happens at some point, but we're still working through the challenges on that.
So this was a 6-month period, sorry, April 1, 2021 to September 30th, 2021. Okay. And is there any, so clearly you've already differentiated between people who lost their jobs because of the pandemic with the state and those who've just moved on for whatever reason. So Chair Fried, I wonder, I know there was also some legislation passed because it was in the newspaper about job restorations, and the legislature provided money, right, to rehire many positions. So I'm wondering, are the people we're talking about who are receiving the subsidy because they lost their job in the pandemic, are they likely to get their jobs back in some way, shape or form, as in last out, first back in, or whatever the rule is?
Laura Fried for the record. Yes, they are. I mean, I can tell you that, right, the use of, now I'm blanking whether it was CRF or ARP. I want to say it was CRF money, Coronavirus Relief Fund, to restore positions slated for elimination to get them agencies through this upcoming biennium. Was approved in the budget process. And I think, GFO and LCB staff worked very, very hard to identify layoffs across the bureaucracy and undo them wherever they can. So the short answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think with that, I feel comfortable that the legislative folk specifically targeted this premium holiday to employees and retirees because of the pay cuts, and there was not much restoration. So I think I'm comfortable, and it sounds like the pandemic people have been handled separately, people who lost their jobs because of that. So, I obviously, we have to consider those. So, but I feel comfortable excluding the COBRA population from a motion.
Thank you.
Tim Lindley here. I just wanted to share a couple of comments and things that I've learned throughout the legislative process. Of course, I'm a newer board member learning how the budgeting process works and legislative session. And I just wanted to say at the beginning, I was met with I think it was 12% cuts. And I've learned throughout the process that changed. It then went down to 6% cuts on governor's recommendation. And over time, it landed into the legislature who changed it again. And so one thing I've learned is expect a lot of change, because what we do may not always be set in stone. For example, the Medicare Exchange HRA contribution went from 11 to 13. And so it's been enlightening, and I appreciate it. And that ties into Don Bailey and Marcia Urban. Sorry to see you go. I've learned a lot in my short time, and I've learned a lot from you, Marcia. I don't want to leave you out of the loop, but I appreciate you educating me on how you became a board member and your position, and how you are not a member of a bargaining unit, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Ms. Urban. But I've learned, and I appreciate your insights and education. The next thing I learned was the 1 month premium holiday. I was listening to some public comment, and they were mad about how we didn't extend the open enrollment period, or we didn't extend the plan year. And the 1 month premium holiday came into effect because I remember watching the legislative session regarding that, and they knew that it was such a arduous task, whereas they may have been miscommunication in the public comment. They said, oh, it's an easy switch. And watching the process, it's not really an easy switch to extend open enrollment to do all these things. And so I just wanted to kind of address those things. The questions asked earlier before me, I thought they were fantastic because I didn't think about those. And I would side with Michelle Kelly that I would support the motion to relieve active and retirees for the premium holiday. But I appreciate the education I've learned for this whole legislative session. I've learned quite a bit, and everything changes. You know, it leaves our desk, goes to the governor's desk, and it goes to the legislative session, and nothing's set in stone until the legislature decides. And so that's wraps up my comments. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, the premium holiday, I would probably lean towards November or December. Christmas time, that's just my opinion, but of course that goes before the January 1st, 2022 implementation of the new eligibility and enrollment system. But I just
Okay.
wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was, okay, so board members, as you chime in on the action for the premium holiday to cover COBRA participants or not, would you please give me your sense for what month, as Mr. Lindley has? For myself, I would just say not August, because I would like to be well clear of the fiscal year end closing process with the controller's office. And they don't actually stop processing transactions in the system until August 31st. So I would say probably just because I know that PEB has some work to do to close out every fiscal year, I would say not August, but that's my feeling.
Yeah, Tom Verducci for the record. I like November the best. If we wait till December, there is issues with vacations, holidays, and it pushes the last minute. And I do think November would be the appropriate month, in my opinion.
This is Betsy, and I just would like to ask PEB because they suggested August, which I can understand Laura saying, let's not do that, September, October, and they avoided November. So I don't know if there's some issues logistically that make November harder for them, and we should look at September or October as the benefits the same, but for ease of operations.
So this is Laura Rich. You're right, Betsy. November is pushing that timeline. Originally, I did have November in here, and then my staff said, wait, don't do that, just in case. And so there's just, we want to reduce the amount of risk. Let's say something goes wrong and we have to make adjustments and, you know, in payroll adjustments and things like that. I mean, we hope nothing goes wrong, but let's say something does go wrong and we have to make adjustments. Then we're making adjustments during a time when we're transitioning to a new vendor. And so that is why I'm thinking, you know, maybe October at the latest. So it sounds like maybe September or October.
And this is Betsy. With that philosophy, Tim, maybe you could have it for October for your Thanksgiving holiday purchases.
Just in time for Black Friday, right?
Yeah.
I like October too. For Nevada's Nevada Family Day.
Yeah, Tom Verducci, I'm good with October, and I do think we need to lean on the PEB staff for what's going to work best for the department as well.
Marcia Urban for the record. I agree with that. I want it closer to the holidays so that you have money to buy Christmas gifts and maybe me giving me one. But if it works better for the staff in October, then that's the closest we can go to the shopping time, then that works for me.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I feel a motion coming on. Does somebody, would someone like to make a motion regarding the month of the premium holiday for 2021 and 2022, as well as whether to cover our COBRA participants or not? Excuse me.
Michelle Kelly here. Oh, sorry, Kim.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Michelle. It's Michelle Kelly here for the record. I'll make a motion that we direct PEB staff to extend the premium holiday to participants in the month of October, and that as part of this process, that the premium holiday be directed at active employees and retirees and exclude the COBRA population.
Understood.
Laura
Thank
Sherbin,
you.
for the record, I second.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, Laura.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to offer the premium holiday in October 2021 and October 2022, and to make the premium holiday available to actives and retirees. All those in favor signify by saying aye or waving your hand in your little box.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay.
And the reason for that is, while I agree with keeping the premium holiday in October, I would like to see the subsidies expanded to our COBRA participants.
Okay. Thank you, Member Krupp. I appreciate that. All right, motion carries.
Okay.
Yeah, you knew where I was going. All right, take it away.
So Laura Rich for the record. The next section is on the American Rescue Plan Act. There's what I have included in the report is outdated. So I'm just really going to talk about the update. So Senate Bill 461 was introduced during the final days of the legislative session by the Senate Committee on Finance. And what that bill does is it sets requirements for how the state will spend the $2.7 billion that was received through the American Rescue Plan. So specifically, the legislation addresses the state's loss of revenue by allowing for a transfer of the ARPA funds back to fill the state's general fund. The governor's finance office is tasked with allocating these funds and coordinating with state agencies to do this, and then receiving final approval through the interim finance committee. So there's still a lot of questions up in the air. This is not as simple as, hey, we're getting $2.7 billion and we're going to be able to restore budgets. That is the hope and intent, but there are a lot of requirements to this funding. And it's just not an open-ended backfilling of budgets. I don't have a lot of information on this quite yet. There is still guidance that is trickling in. I have spoken to the governor's finance office and was able to get some information and some direction, but they're still sifting through the guidance and are still continuing to receive guidance consistently. And so there's a lot of questions as to what falls under this, what can we restore, what can we not restore. But what is important to highlight is that there's this conception, especially through public comment that I just heard, that this money can be used to simply replenish agency budgets to match pre-pandemic budgets. And that's just not the case. It does not work that way. PEB can't just ask for $36 million because that's what our budget was cut by, and then we reinstate benefits with those $36 million. There are, the funds are restricted and they must meet a plethora of criteria. That is why the state has set up a system where agencies are allowed to submit proposed funding ideas. And as I understand it, that list is already very long. I've heard that it's over 1,000 requests, and that's even after, I think, a couple weeks ago. So it's probably increased since then. So GFO staff have to go through one by one and verify if these requests even meet the criteria to be able to use this funding. So the second piece of this is that the legislation requires states to identify lost revenue that was specifically tied to the pandemic during the calendar year. So we all know that we don't operate on a calendar year, we operate on a fiscal year. So the state isn't able to say, well, we cut budgets by X amount of dollars, so now we're going to return that to each agency dollar for dollar. Not only do they have to rework the methodology from the state fiscal year now to a calendar year, but they also have to go through and identify specific pandemic related losses. So it may not match the total losses of what the budgets were reduced by. So one of the challenges to identifying opportunities for these funds is that it is one-time funding. It really is. It's one-time funding. If we receive these funds, it is for essentially 1 year in fiscal year 23 or plan year 23. And it won't cover ongoing costs to reinstate a benefit. So if we are able to identify a benefit that we want to reinstate, and that is then approved through that process, then we're reinstating it for a year. And that is it. We have no assurance that that benefit then can continue in FY 24 and 25. So we don't know what the budget directives are going to look like next biennium, but considering that there was legislation passed that gives education first dibs on any new revenue, I don't know if we can assume that agencies are going to return to pre-pandemic budget levels. So that's going to be a challenge, identifying basically what benefits fall under this, what benefits would meet the criteria, because again, it has to be tied 100% to the pandemic. And I don't have the details on this. The GFO is obviously they're probably much more subject matter experts than I am on this. So I don't know exactly what the criteria is, but I do know that you have to tie the benefit or the way that you spend that money directly to the pandemic. So if we don't know in FY 24 and 25, that the next biennium, if we are going to be able to return to pre-pandemic budgets, which I am not confident we will be, any benefits that get reinstated through the use of this fund will be, or the use of this funding, we either have to accept the fact that it's for 1 year only, or be confident that we're going to be able to fund it through, through our own established budget at the current budget levels. Now, there was some discussion about excess cash or differential cash. Yes, there is a significant bucket of excess that that PEB has accumulated over the last year or through last year and a half because of COVID. I will say that we had cautioned against touching this because of the expected return of high utilization and above and beyond the norm. We are already seeing this. I have, in the last 2 months, we have received, we call them EMR reports. And basically they highlight the experience month by month. The loss ratios are very significant. They are coming in, there's a lot of utilization, costs have gone up. If this continues, we will use those reserves as expected. Will we use all? I don't know. Will we use all and need more? Maybe. We don't know this yet, but in the last 2 months, we are seeing that trend. If it continues, we're not going to have that excess. So again, we have to be careful and we have to be fiscally responsible with this. We do have safety nets in our program to cover catastrophic costs. But then again, remember, we do have to backfill those. So eventually, if we dip into those, then it comes back to haunt us the next year in terms of rate increases and things like that. So these are all things that we need to take into consideration when thinking about and when planning for the, how we would like to or request to receive any of this, potential funding. I hope to be able to bring some ideas and opportunities to the board at the July board meeting, or at a minimum more information. But in the meantime, PEB is going to work with the governor's finance office and the governor's office to work through some of this and be able to identify the most appropriate ways that PEB can leverage any of these funds, considering the challenges and all of the criteria we have. So I know that's not the greatest news, but there's a lot that is still unanswered. But that's what we know so far. So Laura, I will stop there for questions.
Laura, Chair Fried, may I ask Laura a question? This is Betsy.
Go ahead.
Hi, Laura, you had said a lot of agencies have submitted requests for the money. I would wonder if PEB had submitted requests, and if it was, for me, I have a big hole in my heart for the disability plan. I think it's been in PEB for years. And so I don't know. I was wondering if we could add to the request list, or if there was a reason why we wouldn't do it, with the understanding it may be only for 1 year, but 1 year's 1 year. I don't know.
Marcia Sherman for the record. Since I'm not going to be here when you make this decision, I want to really push the fact that long-term disability is essential for our state employees. And I agree. I want that. I mean, even if like Betsy said, it's something that's really important. Even if we can only do it for 1 more year, I think that's essential. This board did not want to cut long-term disability. When we made suggestions for cuts, that was not cut. And there's a reason for that. It is essential for workers.
So Laura Rich, for the record, this is actually one of the topics that I brought up in these conversations, and it ties back to the benefit has to meet the criteria from the guidance received from the feds. And while I don't know for sure, and we didn't get into, obviously these were high level discussions, we didn't get into the details about it. It could be that LTD is not considered a health benefit or access to healthcare. So it could be that LTD does not meet those requirements. I'm not saying that it does not. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of complexity in this, and there's definitely the criteria is still, there's a lot of criteria that it needs to meet. And this is what GFO is working through. So that will definitely be something that is discussed, that is researched, along with a lot of other ideas. But again, we are in very early discussions on this. And so I'm hoping to be able to bring back some ideas and have that discussion in further detail in July. I had this conversation 2 days ago. So there's definitely, there's a lot of detail we don't know at this point.
Tim,
We're
Verducci.
moving for the, okay. Thanks, Tim.
Marcia.
I just want to make 2 points. One, it can be drawn directly to COVID for long-term disability because one, we do not know the lasting side effects of COVID. They're already talking about it impacting heart and brain. And number two, the stress related in the last year between mental health and physical health, because of course, stress is a huge impact on our physical health. Those two things are COVID related, and both of them can in fact have someone have heart attacks, whatever, so that they have to go into disability. So I think it's a direct line to COVID.
Tim Lindley here. Remembering about a year ago, we had to prioritize the types of cuts we had to do to benefits. Would this be something that the board should prioritize? You know, we want to restore this first and kind of prioritize what we want to restore. Is that something that the board should do to help guide the PEB staff in their discussions with the GFO?
For the record, Laura Rich, I'm trying to determine that because there's like Ms. Urban just said, you know, she believes that it can be tied directly to the pandemic. Unfortunately, PEB doesn't get to decide what meets that criteria and what does not. The GFO, the governor's office, they are going through and sifting through and figuring out. They're the ones who have the guidance. They're the ones who are not only figuring out what meets the criteria, but there's a lot of requests. And so they're also trying to prioritize, and there is in Senate Bill 461, there is priority levels that are lined out. And so again, there's not a lot of detail. I'm going to try to work through some of this stuff between now and our July board meeting so that I can come back to the board with some, ideas or even decisions, something that we can, try to leverage these, whatever's available to us. A lot of it is going to depend on, conversations with the governor's office. What is it? Where does PEB fall on the priority list, right? So there's a lot of unknowns right now, and it's difficult to say the board is going to get to do, A, B, or C when there's so many moving parts to this.
So, Tom Verducci for the record. So when the pandemic hit, we were quick to implement cuts. And here we are, we're going very slow to restore them. And it would seem to me that we would have a request that should be submitted to GFO, IFC to restore the benefit cuts, submit a plan, get it in order, and try to keep the process moving. When we were asked to reduce $32 million, we had it immediately on our agenda. There were calls that were going on throughout the night with Aon. And I just think that state employees deserve better. And they've done a lot to get us through the pandemic. And I think we have a responsibility to do everything that we can to restore the budget to pre-pandemic levels. So that's just my comment.
April Karn for the record. Director Rich, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So we already are looking at where agencies have submitted approximately 1,000 requests. What is our timeline here in order to get our requests in the pipe? It's a little bit concerning that we're already 1,000 in and we're just now talking about this. Can you give any information on that?
Laura Rich for the record. So while there are many requests, I imagine a lot of those requests are kind of line item requests. I think PEB is a much bigger discussion. That's, PEB will submit something, we will likely submit something, but I think a lot of this is going to be a much bigger discussion with the governor's office and governor's finance office. We're not submitting line item requests, right? Everything that we would submit is we really need to, it's a bigger request and a bigger discussion item that is going to need to include state leadership. So that being said, we do have time because these funds can be used through, I believe it was 2025. However, we cannot make any decisions for, we do not, usually we have our November board meeting is when we make decisions for our following plan year. And so we have time between now and November to kind of come up with a plan. And so that's my idea of, we're not doing anything for this plan year anyway. And so I'm trying to ramp up to that November board meeting so that we have something in place by that November board meeting so that we can make plan design decisions at that November board meeting for the following plan year.
Okay.
Tim Lindley for the record. So we discussed restoring benefits. Mr. Verducci, I appreciate your comments, but there were some cuts that we made that I think the board as a consensus agreed upon. And if I remember the agenda, there were the first two line items on the agenda. Director Rich, if you can clarify, I think one was for like prescriptions and something else. Don't remember off the top of my head.
Right, so we changed some, there were some cost saving solutions that we had. And yes, we did narrow the network for pharmacy. And so we made some changes there. We also made some changes to the way that we negotiate our out of network claims.
Yes, so what I'm kind of leaning towards is kind of what we did in the November board meeting last year, is prioritizing which benefits we definitely want to restore. Of course, tying with Ms. Urban's comments, making LTD a priority. So then when you go to the GFO, you say, hey, the board really wants LTD back. This is their logic and reasoning, and we can kind of push for it more than just restoring some ancillary benefits that were cut, such as I think it was 140%. And then the pharmacy benefits or the pharmacy program that we did. And we can kind of guide you so then and then you can present that to us in hopefully the next board meeting. Hey, these are the restorations. The one thing that kind of shocked me in the public comment was someone asked you, what have you done? And I'm like, well, the board director, the executive director serves at the behest of the board, and I don't want the executive director to go out there saying, give us all this money for these things without the board chiming in saying, hey, you asked for money for something that we didn't ask for or something that we didn't think was a priority. So I'm leaning towards the board kind of giving you a plan for prioritizing what benefits we definitely want to restore. And maybe that might include also restoring the life insurance benefit. Going from 12,500 or 50 and doubling it back to where it was pre-pandemic.
So Laura Rich for the record, Mr. Lindley, yes. And that is the problem with making a recommendation today, is it's a blind recommendation. My hope is to come in July with better recommendations that I know meet the criteria that we, that are not just, we're not just spewing information or requests that may or may not meet the criteria of the funding. And so my hope is to come back in July to be able to kind of set the stage, and then we can work up to that November board meeting to where in November we have clear decisions to make.
So may I ask a question, please? This is Betsy Io. So Laura, you're saying that nothing would be restored till the next plan year, even some of the things that don't actually affect the health plan levels or the open enrollment, such as the disability or life insurance, that wouldn't be something that could be brought back mid-year if the monies were available?
Laura Rich, for the record, that's a good question. It's iffy. So a lot of the sometimes changing benefits, especially basic benefits, there's the rule is if there is a significant change. Well, what is significant, right? And so potentially, let's say that I had declined insurance and, and I had declined insurance because the LTD benefit was no longer available. And I thought, well, it's not worth it. I'll get my own insurance, elsewhere, through my spouse or whatever it is. And then we reinstate LTD mid-year. Well, I can come back and say, hey, if I would have known, I would have elected to have, to have insurance through PEP. And so that is where what is significant and what would entice people to or encourage people to want to change their plan. And so with those significant changes, then you have to have an open enrollment period. And I would rather err on the side of caution. And if we do have any significant changes in the middle of the year, then have an open enrollment period and allow those changes. Obviously, we need to do that. It's a lot of work. It changes a lot of assumptions. What do you do with the accumulators if people change plans? I mean, it's a huge ordeal. And so that's the problem with it, is that even, small little changes could have a large effect on the program. And so that is why I would side on the just cautionary, because of, what constitutes as a significant change.
Tom Verducci.
Go ahead, Mr. Verducci.
Thank you. So, there's a start, there's a middle, and there's an end to everything. So at some point, COVID's not going to last forever. And let's say things start recovering. In the end, I don't see how we should shortchange employees on their benefits where we have an opportunity to restore it. We heard the words here, significant budget surplus. And I don't see the employees having a surplus. And I think a plan has got to be submitted. We need to get in line here. And, I just don't see dragging our feet and being cautious really being where we need to be right now. I think there's got to be a plan put in place and perhaps get it on the agenda as soon as possible to restore. I don't know the order, if it's long-term care, out of pocket, life insurance, but I just think there's more that we could be doing here, and I just really want my voice to to be heard on that subject. That's my comment there.
Thank you.
Michelle Kelly. Oh, you go ahead, Chair Freed, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Boy, do I hear the frustration, and I understand it so much, because here's all this money, like hundreds of millions of dollars just laying out there, waiting for states to take it as, as part of our state and local recovery funds. And, but there's a couple of process things, and I want to share my perspective as a department director. Number one, the GFO and the Interim Finance Committee are still working through leftover coronavirus relief funds. If you were to look in the state accounting system, there are hundreds of millions of dollars in CRF monies still not spent. And some of those are going to be up for consideration at the June interim finance meeting. There's a whole bunch of CRF work programs from various agencies. And so some of that money will get out the door. But what those of us who are kind of watching this money very carefully for our, own department's reasons, are noticing is that we seem to be having a little bit of trouble spending our CRF money. And the CRF money goes away on December 31st of this calendar year. So what I suspect will happen, and understand I haven't had a discussion with the budget director or anything like that, but what I suspect will happen is that they will turn their attention to, okay, now that the session's over, how do we get the CRF money out the door? And are we going to go back to agencies and say, okay, we're taking more requests for CRF money, or are they going to put it all in the UI trust fund, or what? I mean, I don't know, and that's a discussion I intend to have. Those are questions I'd like to pose, because that CARES Act money has a much narrower eligibility set of criteria. It's just for unbudgeted expenses that agencies incurred due to the pandemic, basically. So that's, I think, I think we won't, as much as I would like to see more guidance come out from the budget folks about what expenses they consider eligible for ARP reimbursement. I don't know that we're going to see it immediately. So that's one thing I would say. The other thing I would say is that folks have asked if PEB staff has gone into that ARP portal and put requests in. And it was kind of an interesting thing that happened. Once the Every Nevada Recovery portal was live, it kind of like went around state bureaucracy as a rumor. It's like, it's live, go. And a lot of us, my own department included, put in requests that we thought met that nexus of what we, the Treasury's interim final rule. And then, of course, I think last week or the week before, the additional frequently asked questions document came out from Treasury, and we all poured over that too. So that's why there's probably 1,000 requests in that ARP portal, because between nonprofits and community people putting in their requests and state agencies putting in their requests, there was this kind of rush to get anything and everything under the sun. We all try to be, I think, conscientious about what might be eligible, but there was that feeling of like, oh, well, first movers advantage is a real thing, and it may or it may not be, depending on how GFO and the governor's office, and I think the treasurer's office is involved in this too, and legislative leadership. So, Mr. Lindley raises a good point. Boy, do I want to see restoration of certain benefits for this group. But it's probably not wise for the executive officer to just throw stuff in without running it by the board. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I don't know how much of benefit restoration is going to support the ARP relief goals, which is, I'm going back through my, it's support public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, economic harms to workers, households, small businesses, replace lost public sector revenue. That's an indirect thing that could help, but I think that's not, I think we all read that to mean replenishing the general fund. Premium pay for essential workers, that doesn't really fit with PEB. Invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and that doesn't really met with PEB. So there's this, we all as department directors kind of took our chances with stuff we thought would have a policy nexus to what the feds want. But we don't know if the GFO and the LCB are really going to see it that way. And that's all I wanted to say.
To Tom Verducci, for the record, as a follow-up, I think what I'd like to see is the chair submit a plan that we move forward with a plan to restore the cuts, just so it moves along and it doesn't just sit in limbo. We're a very large plan here. We responded so quick to the budget cuts. I just think it affects so many employees, and I do think we need some direction to get a plan going.
Michelle Kelly here. Can I just make a statement, if you don't mind? Chair Fried and Executive Officer Rich, I very much appreciate you level setting and trying to tamper down, I think, everybody's expectations, because I agree with everything you've said. But on the other hand, I am also concerned because I know that you're, Executive Officer Richard, you come from a financial background where 1 + 1 = 2. That's always the case, right? You're our conduit to the GFO. You're the board's conduit. And therefore, I think of you as our cheerleader, if you will. And I don't mean that to denigrate the position. You are so important to us and our participants. And so what I would say is that I think that, my expectation would be that you would be aggressively and creatively talking to the GFO about and shoehorning our benefits into the rules, because the rules are general and it's the creativity that's going to win the day here. And I don't think you have to be creative to get out the benefit reductions that have happened, many of them, not all of them, to get them to fit. And I think that in the end, it's the GFO who decides if it fits well enough, but we shouldn't be, and I don't think you should be making that decision. You should let them do it, because I just fear that there are so many expectations on this money, as you've both talked about, and I fear we'll get lost in the rush. And so I think from the very first conversations, we need to be aggressively going after this money and making the arguments about why it's so important. And, I throughout the legislative session, I kept hearing the legislator and the governor for the last couple of years say how important state employees are. And yet we got very little through the legislative session. And so I would just beg you, frankly, to be out there, to be our participants' champion, to be really aggressive and let them decide if it fits. Let's just go after what we know our participants have asked for. I don't think we have to guess very much, but we also have our priority list. And so, I know it's difficult for you. You're kind of in the middle of the board and the governor's office, so I understand all of that. But I just think that, obviously I'm quite an aggressive person. I get quite passionate. So I apologize. But I think that, you need to be taking our energy. You're the only one who can take our energy to the governor's office and really be making the case. And I appreciate you and your staff. I know that it's been a heck of a session for you guys. And apparently because of the AFP money, it's not going to stop. But we really need that 120% because you're the only voice. And with that, I'll hand it back to the next person. Thank you.
Chair Fried, Tim Lindley for the record. I wanted to thank Michelle Kelly for her comments and thank Laura Rich, our Director Rich, for bringing this to the board. So now she knows kind of where the board stands and she can make those actions and bring that passion that Miss Kelly referenced, and versus just acting willy-nilly. I would have hate for her to come to the board and say, hey, this is what I did. And we would probably have leaned a different direction, but now she knows the direction kind of where we're leaning towards. And as we get more information and more details, we're not walking into a snowstorm or a sandstorm and being blind. But thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. I appreciate your comments.
And Laura Rich, for the record, Ms. Kelly, I also appreciate your comments. And I do recognize that, as executive officer, I am the voice. And so to just to understand that I do recognize that that is why, instead of, here, let's type something into the system and, we're one of 1,000 or 2,000 requests and leave it at that. That's actually, why the decision was made to, have some of these conversations with those that are heavily, that are overseeing this process, and just having those conversations and saying, hey, let's level set. Here's the situation. We have a board. They're going to want to weigh in. Let's strategize so that we can collectively work together versus, just here's our request and we go into this big bucket and hopefully we hear something. I'm trying to be a little bit more proactive than that. But again, it's early. And so I wanted to provide the board with an update and level set those expectations, because I do know that there's this idea that it's just easy. Well, we can just replenish our budget and everything will be fine. It's not that simple. So I did want to make sure to level set there. But yes, my plan is to come back, and of course, I want to reinstate benefits. This is something that I think, it's our duty. It's an obligation. If we can leverage these benefits or this funding, we need to use every single dollar that's available to us. But we also need to work with the governor's office, with the governor's finance office. And just like we think we're a priority, so do 100 other agencies. And so we need to make sure that, we have those conversations and that we can, we can make that argument, and that argument is going to stick. If this is ever audited, or, just to make sure that, the funding that we're getting is actually appropriate. So my plan is to come back at the next board meeting, hopefully with more information, hopefully with more ideas, so that we can have a more robust conversation and be able to, really come up with a plan together collectively.
More Sherman for the record.
This, Betsy, may I say one more thing? And Laura, I still have a concern that some things may go all the way till the next plan year. I understand that some things are more risky than others. And so maybe making changes to actual plan tiers would change people's minds. But I'm not sure the amount of people that would have chosen not to enroll changed significantly by a drop in life insurance or by a drop of disability insurance from the plan. And that if we're super cautious, it may cause issues for other people that are more significant, but there are some things that would maybe directly have made someone choose this plan over this if there's changes to the plans themselves. But I think we need to weigh some of those, and I just wanted to put that out. I don't know if other people feel that way, but that's my thought, that we need to weigh what significant might be a little bit.
More Sherman for the record. I think that people need to be reminded that state workers work through this whole thing to keep this state going. And their health is important so that they continue to do that. And I don't know whether the legislature understands that, but we have been working through this. And I mean, I know I have been regularly on campus since August, and I've worked through it, and I have some health issues that, and I still went in and wore my mask and did everything. And I think that it's important for them to be reminded that we kept the state going, even in the terms of during this turmoil.
Thank you. I so appreciate that because you're absolutely right. The executive branch just kept on rolling. Board members, do you all need a break? Okay, great. Let's take well, let's come back at 10:30. It's 10:14 right now. Board members, are y'all back? Okay, great. Yes, that one. Okay, so we are still on agenda item 5, the executive officer report. I don't know if board members wanted to continue talking about American Rescue Plan funds, or if you wanted to go into an open enrollment update.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
I'd just like to regress back just a few minutes if I could before the break. I know I'm on my last go around here, but I would like to say to the board who they serve. They know who they serve. That's the active members, the retirees, our wonderful and very, very important state employees. I would like to see the board consider through the president of the board and the executive director and her great staff, that this board consider something in the way of an action for the July meeting. I do not think you can all wait until the end of the year, the middle of the year, whatever you want to call it. These people are hurting now.
Okay.
We in the very beginning, like Tom pointed out, we made cuts very quickly. And I think we did the right thing as a board. We were trying to serve the governor's office, the finance people, and the situation this country's been in over the pandemic. We need to address this issue, I say, early on, not wait until the end of the year. You must get together, put your heads together, come up with a plan, ask for the funding. Whether you get it or not, number one, you don't even know what funding you're going to ask for, because that figure is so unknown. And now they point out that there's 1,000 people lined up, or departments, agencies, whatever they call themselves. After 30 years of service, you think I know that answer. Yes. The point is, you really need to get this moving now, not just sit on it. And I'm not lecturing this board. I really am not. I'm just trying to give you my last opinion of what I've heard over the last 20 minutes, and comments were wonderful comments. The board members I can see are right on top of the subject. Their heart needs to be with the people we serve, and the people we serve are the ones that are hurting right now. Long-term life, there's a lot of things that could be put back if you have the money. And Laura pointed out that you may have a reserve. Well, I go back to history. We had a reserve. We got isolated and chopped up a little bit the way we went about using the reserve. Tom can answer to that. We did what we thought was right for the people we served, and that was our members. And I think we gave them some benefits back that they still are using, and that's important. But the reserve issue now is also got to go back to an advisory committee from the legislature before we can touch reserve funds. So you must keep that in mind. That was taken away from us. We were a very independent board, maybe a little too independent sometime, but we are no longer have that luxury of being totally independent. We must address the governor's office, the legislature. But really, I really, really wish you consider doing something and not waiting. Jump on board, ask for the money, whatever funds come due to the governor's office and the finance department will trickle down. Somewhere along the line, you may get some, Laura, you may not get anything, but we have to be ready for that. So try to do something. I say the board should stand up and try to do something in the July meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Tom Verducci for the record, and I would very much agree with Don. Don, I'm sure going to miss your real logical voice on this board. And, not trying to be a pain. I'm good with, July. It's I'd like to see it on the agenda, but I just want to make sure that we have a plan submitted that's in place requesting these ARP funds, and we don't wait too long. I mean, I think we should be getting a plan in place right now and putting our request in just as soon as possible. And I'm just not sure that we actually are on the right direction, and we do have a plan that's mapped out.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask that this be agendized for July. And, I think offline, the executive officer and I will talk to the budget director. And we're going to try to get some policy direction from the governor's office about its priorities. And then see if we can come back with some alternatives that PEB staff can submit into that ARP portal with those 1,000 other requests. But the executive officer is right. It's not like it's not wise to throw something into the ARP portal like it's a lottery or something and wait and hope to hear. I mean, you have to obviously bird dog it a little bit as any director would, but she's a little bit different than me in the sense that she's got a board that hires and that hires her and she reports to. But I will commit to this board that we'll agendize it for July, and we'll talk about, what kind of alternatives we can implement in the current biennium to provide a little bit of, benefit add backs, if you will. And we'll, consult the budget oracles for their guidance on, what has essentially the best chance of getting approved by the people who make those decisions, which is unfortunately not us. So.
Marcia Urban, for the record, I want to get something clarified. I know you're talking about ARP funds. Now, you were talking about you were talking about the funds that end in December.
Yeah.
What are those funds?
Okay, so the coronavirus relief fund monies come from the CARES Act that was passed really early in the pandemic last year. And those are the ones that run out for states on December 31st. And the American Rescue Plan Act, ARP or ARPA, depending on who you ask. I think the executive officer is right. That was passed, in January of this year? Is that right? Okay. And those funds are good. I think again, Ms. Rich is right, till FY25, I think we have to spend those monies. And so the CRF monies, the coronavirus relief fund monies, have been doled out to the states, whereas ARP monies have not yet. And so we've got, a couple $100 million sitting in one of the state's budget accounts, in our CRF budget account, and agencies, submit work program requests for that money, and then they typically go to interim finance, and then they get approved, and then the money goes out to the agency's budget.
Okay. Marcia Urban, for the record, can we submit something for the coronavirus money for long-term disability now, and then in July set up that plan? It's just that this is my last meeting. This is what I'm pushing: long-term disability. Okay. You can see that. Right. Is there any way that we might be able to get some of the Corona money for that to get it going, to get it started, so that there's no lapse? It's just a big thing for me.
Laura Rich, for the record, CRF funds, from my understanding, are only to reimburse for specific pandemic related costs. So we tapped into those for claims cost. We used some of that. We were able to get some of the CRF funding to be reimbursed for COVID claims, any testing claims, any kind of care claims that we had specifically for coronavirus. It is not, it could not be used, from my understanding, for things like long-term disability.
I'm going to read from, this is the U.S. Department of the Treasury website. The CARES Act requires that payments from the Coronavirus Relief Fund only be used to cover expenses that are: 1, necessary expenses incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19. 2, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved, that is the current biennium's budget, and were incurred during the period March 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2021. I mean, we can ask, hey, GFO, would you consider restoration of LTD an eligible use of CRF, particularly if, what I sort of intimated earlier is true, that, we're having a bit of trouble getting the CRF monies out the door. And I'm happy to ask that question. The worst they can say is no. I suspect they, as Laura Rich said, I think they will say no, but I'm happy to ask.
Well, more serving for the record. I'd really like to see that, especially since the wear and tear on all the employees working during COVID. I think that has affected our stress levels as well as other things. So I think that it would be a valid ask, but again, I would just really like to see you approach them and see if they would think so as well.
It's Michelle Kelly here. So I just, I guess I'm coming at it from a different way. I agree with everything Marsha said, but I wonder, Chair Fried, earlier Executive Officer Rich had indicated that the excess reserves were being eaten up by claims. And I think in a previous meeting, the PEB board or Executive Officer Rich had indicated that there were coronavirus expenses that we weren't going to seek recovery from the coronavirus money because the governor had targeted it somewhere else. And so I'm actually wondering, are there coronavirus claims out there that we haven't already been reimbursed for? Can we bundle those together and take it to the GFO's office and say, we would like to be reimbursed out of that, whatever it's called, whatever the acronym is, money, and we would like to use that money to extend long-term disability. So, so instead of just putting that money into reserves, we actually target it to be spent. And I would think that some of the reserves that have been eaten up are legitimate COVID expenses. I don't know. Question.
So, okay, I'll let the executive officer go. The only thing I was going to say is that PEB has received CRF reimbursement for its COVID claims. I don't know what the timeframe is for COVID claims run out. It's probably a year, just like it is for any sort of active claim. It has a year to be paid, but anyway, I'll let Laura Rich field that one.
So Laura Rich, for the record, we did receive reimbursements through CRF funds initially. And then when there was a thought, and now that I'm hearing that maybe the CRF funds we're having trouble using them, we do have some claims that we could request for reimbursement. At the time, the program was obviously accruing a lot of savings, a lot of excess because of the lack of claims that were coming in for normal services, normal procedures, surgeries, things like that. And so we decided to, and this was discussed at a previous board meeting, to not request additional funding, knowing that we were seeing these excess reserves accrue, and that other entities, other organizations, other agencies, could leverage those funds you know, and needed those funds. Now that we do know that we're having a difficulty spending them, PEB could definitely ask for those funds and or at least submit a request for it. As far as can we allocate that money instead of putting it back into the program, can we allocate it to spend on long-term disability benefit? You know, I'd have to think about that and see if there's, I mean, that's outside of our budget. It's there's definitely some challenges to that. It's not as simple. I'd have to think through that a little bit.
Thank you for the response. You know, I think honestly, my response is that I think whether or not we can use that money immediately to defray some of the cuts, you know, LTD I think is top of my list as well as Marsha's and a few other people, or it has to go into reserves. I think that we should be seeking that money. You know, I mean, I do think even if we can reinstate some of these benefits using that money for the next fiscal year, as well as AFP money, we, you know, I personally think we should be, the program should be aggressively seeking all of the money that qualifies. And I understand there's issues with the reserves, and there has been for a long time. But at the same time, I personally feel that we're doing a disservice to all of our participants, retirees and actives, when we don't seek out all income sources or all sources of money that our participants are entitled to. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, other thoughts? Okay, hearing none, I think we should move on to open enrollment update.
All right, open enrollment update. So open enrollment began on May 1st and ended on May 31st. Obviously, we had a lot of changes this year. Staff put in a great deal of time and effort preparing for everything that was involved in all of those changes. We are ecstatic to report that, keeping with our commitment to conduct thorough outreach and educate members on benefit changes, our open enrollment meetings were a huge success. Typically, for those of you who don't know how PEB typically does our open enrollment meetings, we'll normally go out, we have staff that goes out and vendors that go out to various locations throughout the state and put on meetings for our state employees and retirees. In the last several years, even prior to the pandemic, we started doing, offering them in a webinar, a webinar option. And so while we would attend in-person meetings and hold these in-person meetings, we would also have a webinar opportunity to where people could participate in these live meetings through a webinar option. And normally we have about 500-ish or so, 400 to 500 people attend these open enrollment meetings yearly. However, this year we had over 2,600 participants. So it was a huge, huge success. I have to give kudos to staff who, really, really put a lot of time and energy into this. And as we all know, things changed on a daily basis, and they were constantly having to keep up with the changes and make updates and accommodate these changes. So staff did amazing, and even through open enrollment, we had our member services staff answer the slew of phone calls that we were getting and things like that. So I do have to thank staff, all of our staff that were involved, and also our vendors as well, who participated in these open enrollment meetings. So the chart that I actually have on the executive officer report is obviously outdated. I do have new information. The chart on there was the original numbers that we got were enrollment numbers for all lives, right? Not just primary members. And normally what we do when PEB reports these types of things, we use primary only. We don't use total belly buttons, total dependents, total lives. We use primary only. So I went back and asked them, hey, can you give me primary numbers? So I think really, I mean, rather than me giving you the new numbers, what's important to show here is that the HMO, the EPO, they remained somewhat stable. There was a little bit of a loss on the EPO. You did see a lot of people move from the CDHP to the low deductible plan. About 10% of the population, not as many as we thought that were going to move over to or that we had anticipated moving over to the low deductible plan. But at the same time, it was a passive open enrollment. So when you have a passive open enrollment, you don't have as many people go in and make changes because they don't have to. If they're not forced to make changes, they don't think about their insurance. They just don't look to, see what other options are out there. We anticipate that once this low deductible plan becomes, people become more familiar with it, that more people are going to move over to it, and you'll see that migration happen, in time. So I'll leave it at that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
This is Betsy. I'd like to make a comment, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but looking at this chart, which is a little bit old, Laura, you said, unless a lot more people decline, the decline seemed consistent with the year before, which would lead me to feel more comfortable with the belief that people didn't decline because of the changes in life insurance or long-term disability, unless those numbers went up at the end and it looks different.
Right, and Betsy, I agree with you. I don't think a lot of people would see it as significant. It's legally. That's where we fall on, what is significant. So what we would do in this type of situation is, so for example, if we were to add the LTD benefit back and it changed rates, that would definitely be that would open the door for a mini open enrollment period. But if it didn't change rates at all, then there's an argument that it's not significant enough, but I would probably want a legal opinion on that so that we don't get into hot water later.
I agree. I'll argue with a lawyer for you if I need to.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, hearing none.
I'm sorry, I was slow to hit off.
There you go.
I just actually have a comment.
Okay.
Executive Officer Rich, will you in July bring us the final numbers? I think I would like to see the final numbers, and I understand you don't want to go over them verbally, but is there a way for us to see the final open enrollment numbers?
I can definitely provide the final open enrollment numbers in the next Executive Officer report. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I guess we can move on to agenda item 6, presentation and possible action on PEB's participation in the Patient Protection Commission Peterson Milbank Program for Sustainable Healthcare Costs. That's a lot of P alliteration. Let's do it.
So for the record, Laura Rich. So I had hoped to have the Executive Director of the Patient Protection Commission, Ms. Sarah Sholhagian, and hopefully I did not butcher her name. But unfortunately, she is, or fortunately for her, she's on her honeymoon right now. And so she had planned to try to participate remotely. I think she's somewhere in Europe. But she got her time changes or her time differences messed up. And so she is not able to participate. I think she is flying right But I think I can field any of the questions that that come my way, and if I cannot, then we will definitely follow up with Ms. Shohagan to get these questions answered. So a little bit of background on the Patient Protection Commission. Senate Bill 544 of the 2019 legislative session created the Patient Protection Commission. The goal of the PPC is to systematically review issues related to the healthcare needs of Nevada residents and the accessibility, affordability, and quality of healthcare. So in March of 2021, the Milbank Memorial Fund announced that Nevada, as well as 4 other states, had been selected to participate in the Peterson Milbank Program for Sustainable Healthcare Cost. They have partnered with Baylor Health to provide technical assistance to each of these states so that they can explore, set, and implement healthcare cost growth targets. These targets are really the first step towards making healthcare more affordable and transparent in our state. So with the lack of an all-payer claims database, which on another note, did get passed through the legislative session, but is not obviously in existence yet. It makes Nevada's participation in this program challenging, because in order to really analyze healthcare, you have to have access to claims. And without a statewide database with statewide claims data, you have to ask folks for this data. So as a result, PEB and Nevada Medicaid were asked to participate in this project because of our respective direct access to medical and pharmacy data across the state. They are also going to be approaching the commercial market carriers to participate as well. But again, this is, they've got to get some buy-in because there's no mandate at this point. So because of that, it's now, we're starting with Medicaid and PEB because that's data the state has and they have access to it. So unlike Medicaid, PEB does not have an in-house analytics team. And so we require the assistance of vendors to provide the expertise and the tools necessary to perform any analysis that is done at PEB. So we went to Aon and Aon Consulting and basically said, here's the project, this is what we're going to need to do, this is the analysis that's going to need to be done. Is there any way, Aon, that you as our consultant can assist in this project? And if so, what do we need and how much is it going to cost? So Aon came back and said, in order to be able to do what to meet the requirements of this project, you're going to need a data warehouse solution here, because we need to get claims from pharmacy, we need to get claims from the medical side, dental side, et cetera. And then so we're going to need to have a data warehouse solution, and then you're going to have that analytics team perform the functions of, or develop the reporting that is necessary for this. So the cost estimate is going to be approximately $150,000. Although PEB has sought out this solution specifically for this project, it will benefit PEB because a lot of what we are looking at here, and I made myself some notes because, let's see, where did I put it? I made myself some notes on the actual, I'll find it in a minute, on the actual analytics that are going to be performed. There's going to be very, very useful data that comes out of this. Where are the trends in our membership? Where by geography, by demographics, by your different types of procedures that are done, disease states, things like that. And so we're really going to be able to drill down into a lot of these things. And while this is for a statewide project, it definitely will impact our program and help our program and help PEB staff be able to strategize. And this may actually help us in, although we didn't have a strategic planning session this year for, many reasons, mostly that it's hard to strategically plan when everything's kind of up in the air. But hopefully in the future, when we do have these strategic planning sessions, we have access to a lot more information than what we have today. And so I think that this is really going to help not just the state in general, but also the program. And so what I did was I spoke to the executive director of the PPC, and she said, there's some funding that's available in this project. I think that I can go to the board of the Peterson Millbank project and say, look, let's split the cost with PEB. So she is going to be making that request. We will be asking for the full $150,000 to be able to participate in this project. However, we expect that expense will be split, or that cost will be split in terms of being able to get some funding through this project as well. And then that way, it shows that, look, we're doing this for the state, but it also is beneficial to our program as well. So I do also want to add that the executive officer position of PEB through AB 348, along with a lot of other changes to the Patient Protection Commission makeup, was added as a non-voting member. And so this just kind of ties in our new participation into this program or into this commission, to really look at healthcare, not just from a plan perspective and from a program perspective, but also from a statewide perspective, and be able to to really provide input and expertise into this commission. So what we're asking for here is for the approval for staff to move forward in working with the PPC and Medicaid to assist in the Peterson Millbank program for sustainable healthcare costs. I probably should add here that the board also needs to approve the cost that is involved in that. I believe we'll have to do a contract amendment, which will come at a later time. But I thought because of the it'll probably come in July. I wanted to have this as a separate agenda item, just to discuss the appropriateness of the funding and and how it applies not just to PEB but the state in general. So I will stop there for questions.
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. Laura, where does the cost come from on the $150,000? Is that coming from the reserves? Or is that a budgeted item? And what would be the approval process?
So Laura Rich for the record, that is a very good question. And unfortunately, Miss Eaton is not here today. She actually had a family when we rescheduled our board meeting. She had a family medical leave situation. And so she's not able to be here today. But from what I understand, yes, it would be funded from, we would be increasing our authority into that contract and funded from that excess.
So we would be requesting approval from the lawmakers in the governor's office. Does it require that be approved? IFC and GFO?
It would go through the typical GFO process, yes.
And it looks like there's a lot of benefits to the program having this in place. So my personal thought is I'm very supportive of this. And I think it's good for the program if it's affordable and it does get approved. It's a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Verducci.
It's Michelle Kelly here. I just have some questions, actually. So the first question is easy. Is this one-time funding, or is there going to be a regular allocation required? It wasn't clear to me if it was the 159 was just for the warehouse and then you'd need to hire someone to play with the data, or how that would work.
No, so it is for a data warehouse, but it's also for the analytics that are involved in producing the reports that are necessary for the ongoing. Once we have the data, then the Peterson Milbank team and Baylett Health, they then that starts the conversation, right? Then we have the data, it starts the conversation, and then you start talking about cost growths and things like that, and where you start looking at the data, and that's where the team of the Peterson Milbank people come in. But we do need the analytics and the reporting to even begin those conversations. And so this is where that cost comes in, is having that data warehouse, being able to produce the reports and pulling the data that's available in that warehouse solution.
So it's a one-time expense.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. So then my next question is a little trickier because, I work with a lot of data, and there's nice to have data, and there's useful data, and there's essential data. I'm not clear how this is even strategically going to benefit PEB. So can you maybe give me a few examples of how this will directly benefit our participants?
Laura Rich for the record. So it is not just it's an indirect benefit to participants, right? So this is how are you managing your plan? And so right now we have to ask the question, we have to say, we have to be proactive as staff. Hey, I see in the utilization report that these costs are going up. What is happening here? But it's on staff to really start, to dig into that and to notice these types of things. And so this will give us an opportunity to dig into this and highlight and see, well, where are these costs happening? Where's this, the increase in costs? And one of the questions I've been asked repeatedly is, are certain increases in costs, are they based on utilization alone, or is it based on the cost of care, or maybe a little bit of both? Usually it's a little bit of both, right? And so this will kind of break it down, and then we can talk about, right now what we don't have is our utilization reports aren't broken out by geography, right? We all know that in the rurals, it's much more expensive. And we actually have plan design policies in place that address some of these rural high costs. So for example, hip and knee replacements, we have policies in place that steer people into the lower cost, high quality facilities to address some of these higher cost issues in the rurals. And so, but we don't have things broken down by geography. We don't have things broken down by, certain health conditions, but not all health conditions. And so this would provide PEB staff and board members, as I said, through strategic planning. Ms. Kelly, you haven't been around to participate in the strategic planning sessions that we have, but those are typically done sometime in the summertime, and where PEB staff and board members and vendors meet, and we talk about a lot of these things, and where are we seeing problems, and where can we look at our costs, and what are our cost drivers, and what kinds of ideas can we throw out there to contain costs. And so the more data you have, the better it helps the program, and the better it helps staff and the board really identify where our problem areas are, where we can, it helps with the SWOT, right? With, where are your strengths, where are your weaknesses, where are your opportunities, where are your threats. Without the data, it's hard to really identify those. You have to have supporting data to support any kind of, any path that this program takes. And so that's something that we haven't had, not that we haven't had it, just not to this degree. And so I did find my notes. What we're doing is looking at spend by market, trend by market, spend by geography, spend by category, spend by health condition, trend and spend by demographic variables, not just the spend, but also the differences in cost, right? So we're looking at maybe by this, a certain category, we spent this much, X amount this year and X amount next year, or, the following year. Why did that happen? It's looking at those, really analyzing the, what is happening in our plan. And so while this isn't a member specific or direct impact, it's a way to fiscally look at the program, not just fiscally, but also in a holistic manner, and look at it from a quality standpoint.
Okay, thank you. And the true cost though would be 60,000 or 159 divided by 2, right? Because you said they would be covering half. Was that accurate?
So 150,000 divided by 2, so it'd be 75,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have questions. You knew I was going to ask about the contract and the money stuff. Does PEB currently have an interlocal agreement with the Patient Protection Commission?
We do not, and this is something that we'd have to work through, and this is why the staff recommendation is kind of broad. There's going to be some logistics that are involved in this, and so we're going to have to figure out what we need to do if we do get that $75,000 and that's approved.
Okay, so there is some question in Patient Protection Commission staff's mind about whether they would get their half of the $150,000.
They're pretty confident that this falls into the bucket of what would constitute as appropriate funding for this project. But I don't want to say it's a done deal because so the executive director is going to have to go to that board of the Peterson Milbank, and I don't know enough about that. Maybe it's not the Peterson Milbank board, but she has to go to a board to get that money to pull that funding, and so that has to be approved through the board. There's confidence that it will be approved, but I don't want to say that it's a done deal at this point.
Okay, so there's several process steps for PEB here. We have to negotiate an interlocal of $75,000, give or take that to the Board of Examiners, go separately do a work program to get $75,000 out of category 86 and move it to category 4. So that's an IFC work program. And then and on the Patient Protection Commission side, as far as I know, the PPC budget is funded by the general fund. Is this funding in the PPC budget that's ledge approved?
No. So Laura Rich, for the record, this funding is not from the PPC. It is it's awarded through this project, and so through the Peterson Milbank project, there's some funding, and that's why there were states that were selected to participate in this, because there is funding available for a certain amount of states, right? And so each state gets a certain amount of money to be able to, to pull to participate in this project. And so there's steps that the PPC director needs to take to pull that money. But it would definitely be, there are some logistics involved in that, and you are correct. But given the timing situation that we're in, we needed to bring this to the board for approval, number one, before we take any additional steps after that.
Okay,
This is Betsy. I have a couple of additional questions, Laura. So the data warehouse will be built by Aon is what I understand. But if in another contract procurement, does the data warehouse somehow stay with the state so that we get to keep it? And will state staff learn how to query reports, or will all the reports have to be done by Aon?
So the Laura Rich, for the record, the data warehouse solution is it's a tool that Aon has and owns, and is something that, you know, that the actuarial consultants would have. So, you know, and unfortunately, I don't think Stephanie, I know she's watching, but I don't know if she has speaking credentials today. I didn't anticipate. I don't think I think she is. She is on there. So maybe Ms. Messier, do you mind chiming in on how it works, and if PEB staff would have access to it? I don't know. I don't think that we would. I don't even know if anyone would be. We don't have the skills and expertise, right? None of us are actuaries. So I don't know what kind of skills and expertise we would, that would be required in order to, you know, to have access to this. But in the future, this would be in a future actuarial, you know, when we go out to RFP, this would be included as part of a solution that we would, you know, require moving forward.
And this is Stephanie Messier for the record. So yes, Ms. Rich, most of what you stated is correct. I do believe there's different levels of the data warehouse, and some of which would grant you access to kind of a standard set of reporting. And I believe within the standard set is a lot of the requests that we saw in that Baylor Health description of all the different reports they were asking you to gather as part of this project. And then any of the custom reports is something that my team and myself would be working on in order to produce for you. But you're correct, it would be going forward right with your actuarial consulting contract.
Oh, this is Betsy again. I totally believe, having worked at Medicaid for years, a data warehouse is 100% necessary for overall management, whether it's done by a contractor or not. I was just curious because looking at our contract list, the Aon contract expires next summer. So it's only a year longer. And if they already have a data warehouse existing, so there isn't a build out time and a long report building time and along that line, then I, you know, I could be more comfortable with that, because it would have to be written into any future RFP. And I also understand that we don't want to lose the opportunity that we're getting from the money from the project. So that's big. It may be our step into being able to move into a data warehouse and have it for the future, because it is really important for identifying health trends and outreach for helping people that are in areas that are underserved for something. Again, though, I don't know if PEB doesn't end up with the staffing to do those kind of things. But anyways, thanks.
It's Michelle Kelly here. Thank you, Betsy, for asking those questions, because I had no idea that what we were paying for is a license. So in fact, it's not one-shot money. It's money that will be built into future contracts. So it's an ongoing expense we have. And so I wonder why we wouldn't go out for RFP for this, or have you explored building in-house the data warehouse? Because obviously $159,000 for 1 year equals $300,000 and rising every biennium. So it turns into serious money, I guess. So have you explored other options for the data warehouse?
So this is Laura Rich. We actually had a data warehouse solution back in the day, and it was utilized, and it was, for some reason, you know, it was prior to my time being the executive officer, it was turned off. And so we decided to not use that option or that, that tool. I personally think that that tool is very necessary in order to understand what's happening in our plan. Without data in a health plan, I don't think that you can make good decisions. And so this would be built into we have not released the RFP for the consultant, the actuarial consultant RFP yet. This would be built into the RFP. I think that, and it was included in the RFP, obviously, since we have this solution, this tool, it's in the current one as well. And so I think moving forward, while this cost, I think it was maybe turned off as a cost saving opportunity. But again, is it wise? I can make the argument that I don't think it is wise. We're dealing with $1 billion program here. You want to know where the costs are, where your cost drivers are. You want to be able to perform those analytics. You want to be able to understand what is happening in the program. And so it makes sense to have access to a tool like this.
Laura, this is Betsy again, and I totally agree. I mean, I think a health plan the size we have needs to have the data to analyze the healthcare of the recipients. Has there been any outreach, and maybe it is impossible, to link with Medicaid's data warehouse? Or no?
There hasn't been that discussion, although I would think that they're probably overwhelmed as it is right now. I don't think that they're probably short-staffed. I believe that they're short-staffed. And so does it make sense to leverage Medicaid system? Maybe. It would be a cost saver, but at the same time, it operationally, we wouldn't have access to it. Unfortunately, states work in silos, and I don't think that we would have access to.
And this, Betsy, again, I know it wouldn't happen quickly, where Aon's already sitting on your data, and it would happen quickly there. But and I know that you need it quickly to be part of this project, but it sounded like Medicaid was going to be part of the project too. For a longer term, not ongoing expense, it might be something to start investigating, but I don't know, because I'm not involved in all those areas anymore. Sorry.
There would be, Laura Rich, for the record, there would be some questions that I would have to ask, because Medicaid does differ quite significantly from PEP. And so, they don't have, for the most part, they don't have co-pays and out-of-pocket maxes and things like that, right? So the makeup of their program is much different than PEP. So could they differentiate? Is this something that, is it worth that? Is it worth the cost savings? Is the headache worth the cost savings? I'm sure we would have to, there would be cost sharing involved in that, and to be able to use their analytics team. Is it worth just having our own, or, so there's a lot of questions that I would ask.
It wouldn't happen overnight, that's for sure.
Right.
I totally agree. It would be a longer term project.
Okay. Board members, any other questions, thoughts, comments? So the staff has recommended that the board approve PEB staff to move forward in working with Patient Protection Commission and Medicaid to develop a data warehouse solution in conjunction with Aon. Is there somebody who would like to make that motion or do something different?
Well, this is Betsy. Despite all the questions I asked, it appears to me that PEB should have access to a data warehouse, that the project, which brings additional funding to gather data and information to the state to help the state make some decisions, is probably sounds to be a good and important thing for healthcare. So I will go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Tim Lindley here, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions about the motion? Excuse me. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. With that, we'll move to agenda item 7, presentation and possible action on the status and approval of PEB contracts, contract amendments, and solicitations. I know that the executive officer indicated that Carrie Eaton was absent today, so maybe I will turn it over to Ms. Rich to talk about a couple of contract amendments.
All right, perfect. Laura Rich for the record. So contracts, this report will just get longer and longer and longer as the year progresses. Section 7.1, really that's just a contracts overview. That's included in there, in the report. It's a standard inclusion. No new contracts this time. 7.2, there are no new contracts for ratification. You will see that we are working on a plethora of RFPs, of solicitations, and so you'll see that they'll come later on in the year. So 7.3, contract amendment ratifications. I am going to start out by saying that because the board meeting, the previous board meeting had to be rescheduled, these contract, and there's timing issues. I'm going to ask for forgiveness on this, but these have already gone to the Board of Examiners and have already been approved. Typically, we would bring them to the board prior to having them go to BOE, but there was just no way we could go about it with the change of schedule and with the cancellation of the last board meeting. So the first one was a Hometown Health contract amendment. So back in when this contract went out to bid in 2014, there was something that was not included in the RFP and or even considered. And so what happened here is that we've got we're changing networks. Hometown Health is our network through June 30th of this year. And then on July 1st, we switched to Aetna. However, there is in statute a 1-year timely filing of claims requirement. And so providers have a year to submit a claim. So if someone sees a provider, say on June 29th, it has to be processed through Hometown Health because that claim occurred during a time when Hometown Health was our network. However, the provider has a full year to submit that claim and to get it paid for. And so we call that the run out of claims run out. We had to amend the Hometown Health contract because there was no provision for that claims run out. And so we had to add about $1.4 million in this contract to be able to account for this. So that is the recommendation here, obviously, is to authorize staff to complete this contract amendment. But unfortunately, this was approved through BOE already. And I don't know if we even need that recommendation at this point, since it has already been approved through the Board of Examiners. But I'll stop there for questions if there are any.
I have a question,
Sure.
and it's for Mr. Keegan, actually. Since this has already gone to the Board of Examiners pursuant to State Administrative Manual and NRS Chapter 333, but the boards under the policies and procedures needs to review and approve new contracts and contract amendments. Do we need to take action on this?
Good afternoon, Peter Keegan for the record. I think it would probably be a good idea. I don't have the state administrative manual in front of me, but I think you can go ahead and retroactively approve it. It's been approved by the board. I didn't get a chance to look at it. There's been some shuffling in our office. I don't know who. It might have been Andrea Nichols, who was handling the board before me, reviewed the contract when went to the BOE. So my suggestion is to go ahead and retroactively take measures to approve it for the record. And that way, unless there are objections, there is a supporting vote by the board.
Okay, thank you. So
I have a question, Jeffrey, if you don't mind. So regarding the HMO contract, obviously negotiating a run out after they've lost the business, we really were holding the losing hand. So my question is about the current contract with the new provider. Do we have run out language in that contract? And if we don't, then can we negotiate it now so that we're not holding the losing hand? Yeah, that's my question.
Laura Rich for the record, yes, it is in the new contract, and it is definitely something that we have included in the third-party administrator RFP as well. So it is covered in moving forward, but in this old solicitation, this was something that was overlooked back in 2014, and so we don't expect to have it's per claim, and I can't remember right now off the top of my head how much that claim is. We are trying to get all of the claims in as quickly as possible and have sent out provider notifications saying, please get your claims in by September 30th, just so that we don't have that continuous trickle of claims moving forward. But hopefully we expect everything to be done pretty quickly, and hopefully the only claims that are going to be coming in moving forward are those, from the June-ish period. So May, June, right at the end of that plan year. And so the contract authority is almost 1.4 million, but that's contract authority. It's based on per claim.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
So this is Betsy. I will suggest that we approve the Hometown Health contract amendment to extend contract authority for claims run out.
Marsha Urban for the record, I second that.
Okay, great, thanks. It's been moved and seconded to do a contract amendment, retroactive approval, I guess, for a contract amendment for contract 15510. All in favor, say aye.
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 Hey,
Any opposed, no? Motion carries, thanks.
Okay, so the next one is 7.3.2, which is the standard. This is basically the contract amendment that addresses the reduction in basic life insurance coverage and the elimination of long-term disability. And this is just to reference the changes to our benefits. And so we originally brought this to the board, I think previous board meeting or maybe 2 board meetings ago. And I think the discussion there was, let's wait and see what happens at the legislature before we actually submit a contract amendment. So since there were no changes during the legislative budget process, we need to move forward with the standard so that the changes in our contract reflect the actual benefit levels that are offered through PEB. And again, this one was also approved at BOE.
Tim Lindley, motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
For the record, Don Bailey, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the retroactive approval of contract amendment between PEB and the standard on contract 14276. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries. Thanks.
All right, moving on to 7.3.3, which is Express Scripts. Now this one has not gone to BOE yet. So this one will go to the July BOE. Thank you, Carrie. She's apparently watching the board meeting, even at the doctor's office. So PEB every year conducts a market check for the pharmacy benefit manager Express Scripts. Every year, the board has seen the new market check come in, and typically there are savings that we achieve through that market check. Aon does the analysis. Basically, what they do is they compare what ESI is charging PEB compared to what is the, what's happening in the market today. What are comparable entities to PEB paying for these services? And so we're able to negotiate lower pricing based on the market check that is conducted. So this year, and we are in the final year of the Express Scripts contract, we will be going out to bid for a pharmacy benefit manager. So this is the final year of the Express Scripts contract. We were able to negotiate an anticipated savings to the program of about 3.6 million. So this contract amendment basically reflects the new savings of that pricing.
This is Laura. Does anybody have any questions or concerns or want to make that motion?
Michelle Kelly here for the record. Thank you to staff for, working so proactively in trying to, watching prices and trying to keep them down as much as you can. Obviously, we're in a time of great need, so every penny counts, but 3.6 million is a significant savings. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve the contract extension for Express Scripts as outlined in the board documents.
Okay.
Marsha Urban, second.
Okay, thank you. Before we take the vote, I just want to say, those of you board members who are serving on the PBM evaluation committee, you have my thanks and my sympathy. It's probably a tough one. Okay, with that, it's been moved and seconded to authorize a contract amendment for contract 17551. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, no? Motion carries. Thank you. With that, I guess we don't have any contract solicitations. Ms. Rich, do you want to talk about current solicitations? Because there are so many of them.
There are a lot, and I will be bringing another one in July. So there's definitely, we are up to our ears in contract solicitations. I am happy to say that the big one that we have out there right now, which is the third party administrator, the proposals actually just came in, and we've got our evaluation team going through those and rating them, and we anticipate that a notice of intent to award will be released sometime in August. I'm very happy we have a fair amount of proposals that came in, and I'm going to err on the safe side because I don't know what I can release at this point and what I can't, but I do know that, we've got some interest in that. So that is, I'm very optimistic about that one. We have put a lot of time and energy into that one. That is a very, very important and significant solicitation that we have out there, contract. And so crossing my fingers on that one. We are also working towards releasing a few other ones. Our next one is the HSA and HRA administrator second opinion. We're looking at pretty soon, we're going to start working on telemedicine and the transparency in pharmacy. So those are the next ones that are, while we've got some coming in, we're working on putting some more out, and we will be bringing some additional ideas and thoughts to the July board meeting to add to this list as well. So.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I think we can move to agenda item 8, legislative update.
Okay, Laura Rich for the record. Instead of, instead of going through each one of these like I did last time, I think I'm just going to touch on the important ones. And then if board members do have questions, I'm happy to answer questions specifically about any of these bills. But the board, obviously the board report was up to date as of May 27th, but a lot changed after May 27th. So a lot happened in the last few days of the legislative session. The ones that I want to go over are AB 48, which is the PEB bill, which we'll go over, I think, in the next agenda item. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but it did pass. I'm really happy about it. I think that this is going to be very beneficial to our members and to our retirees specifically. So I'm really glad that one passed. Senate Bill 290, that's the next one. We did that addresses the step therapy for cancer patients specifically. There was some testimony on that. There were some concerns because PEB did put a fiscal note of about $713,000 a year on that. That may be on the high side because we're currently unable to identify stage 1, 2, 3, 4 cancer from each other, right? So we don't have the ability to do that moving forward. We may have the ability, through our new contract to be able to, further identify what stage of cancer that is. But basically it exempts step therapy for certain cancer patients in stage 3 and 4. There was an appropriation made to PEB to address this. And so PEB did receive an appropriation for this to address the fiscal note, but it did pass. The next one is Senate Bill 360. This is the one that was making changes to the PEB board. And so the last time the board had a conversation about this, we as a board decided to propose an amendment that adds, instead of changing the board makeup, it instead adds the 11th board member to the PEB board that is nominated from, or the governor appoints from a nomination submitted by the largest collective bargaining unit. That did pass, and with the amendment. And so I anticipate here shortly, we will be getting an 11th board member sometime after July 1st. And so when that happens, I will work with the new board member and the governor's office, and we will definitely make an announcement. Senate Bill 373. I know that I wanted to address this because there's been some heartache about this. Senate Bill 373 was the bill that was introduced and sponsored by Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop. Specifically, the intent originally, I think, from the bill sponsors was to provide collective bargaining to the system of higher education. But unfortunately, when this bill first came out, PEB and other agencies, including the Department of Administration, the language, the way it was originally written, added health insurance benefits, specifically to PEB, added health insurance benefits and into collective bargaining. And so there was a significant fiscal note that was placed on that, both by PEB and the Department of Administration, dealing with collective bargaining. Now, that was not the intent. It was later explained it was not the intent. However, that is the way that it was written and the way that it was interpreted in the bill. The fiscal note was never removed. And I do want to say that I want to clarify, it was never removed. It is on this legislative tracking report, not because of the fact that I don't agree with that. An amendment, there was an amendment that was produced by NFA, Nevada Faculty Alliance, that fixed this, and it was shared with me. However, everything on this board report is based on what is in Nellis. And so while I did receive a proposed amendment, it was never posted in Nellis. It was not received from the sponsor of the bill. The sponsor of the bill is Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop. I never received that from the sponsor themselves. It was never posted in Nellis. And so I just want to clarify that it is not that we kept the fiscal note on. It is just that amendment was never posted in Nellis. It was never discussed, and it was never heard. And so that is why there is no update to that. And you still see a fiscal note. I receive amendments through email, proposed amendments through email all the time, through session. And I'm sure, Chair Freed says it can agree with me. We receive proposed amendments through email all the time. That doesn't mean that the amendment is going to be accepted by the chair, by the sponsor, it's not, it's a proposed amendment. And so this only reflects what is known in Nellis, what is posted in Nellis, and the formal, the formal amendments that have been accepted by the sponsor. So I just wanted to put that on the record. It is not that we did not remove the fiscal note. It just had to do with the sponsor, that amendment, as far as PEB was concerned, because it was not posted in Nellis, it didn't happen. So moving on to the next one.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? I think it's just a terminology question.
Sure.
So you're saying that it was never posted to Nellis. Does that mean that the amendment was not introduced? Or was it introduced and just never added to now? I know it's a language thing. I'm just trying to understand how the whole process works.
Right, Laura Rich, for the record, it was not introduced. Okay. And so in Nellis, you can have conceptual amendments, you can have proposed amendments. They are posted, right? And so in some of these bills, when we originally would report on these bills, I made sure to say it was either a conceptual amendment or a proposed amendment. Conceptual amendments usually come from, stakeholders, things like that. And then you've got your proposed amendments that are accepted by the sponsor of the bill. While I did see an amendment that was provided to me by the Nevada Faculty Alliance, I received it through email. It was not something that was ever posted publicly. It had never come out publicly. It was not introduced. And so when when we develop these reports, I don't want to put anything out there that is not formalized. There's a lot that comes through email. And so if it's not up to me to make an amendment public if the sponsor of that bill has not made it public themselves. So, we only post what is in Nellis because of that.
Thank you.
So the last one I wanted to touch on was Senate Bill 420. This is the public option bill. While this does not affect PEB directly, there are some significant concerns with the language in the bill and how it could have an impact on PEB members. We did not put a fiscal note on it specifically because it's hard to put a dollar figure on it. The impact really is, it comes down to the requirement that any member or any provider that participates in PEB or Medicaid must also participate in the public option. So there's a concern, there's actually a kind of a twofold concern. One is it may narrow our network. So if you have to have a provider that is, let's say that provider participates, we're moving on to the Aetna network. That provider participates on the Aetna network but they don't want to participate in the public option for whatever reason. They don't want to participate in the public option. Now they can no longer also serve PEB members through that Aetna network. So it could potentially have a impact on access to our PEB members because there could be providers, if there's a significant number of providers who do not wish to participate in that public option, they cannot provide services to PEB as well, to PEB members as well. So that's the first piece. The second piece is enforcement. It's going to be very difficult for PEB to be able to enforce this. We can definitely work with our network to say you must match the network of the public option and provide those or match, do a comparison on a month-to-month basis with that network. But then you have, is there a mechanism in place, other than just a manual process that every month, can you reconcile that? Because providers change basically on a daily basis. Network providers change on a daily basis. And so we potentially have an enforcement issue there too. That being said, there were a lot of last minute changes to Senate Bill 420, and there is going to be an actuarial study that is going to be performed in the next, through this interim time. I anticipate that there's going to be a lot of this will be addressed in the next legislative session. But when part of that actuarial study is to really look at, does it really impact PEB or not? And so I think that we'll get some answers, through this study and, get a lot of this, that there's a lot of unknowns in this bill and a lot of clarification that will be necessary as well. Like I said, PEB plays a very small role in this, but it can definitely have a very significant member impact should the providers that we have access to be limited because of this. So I will stop there and take any questions.
Board members, any questions about any of the bills that were approved or were not approved?
I guess I have an easy question. So I think you referred to 4 bills that were approved and one you provided an explanation on. Are those 4 bills the only ones that were approved then or passed and will be signed or maybe not otherwise? I guess are those the only 4 that impacted PEB that have gone to the governor?
Those are, Laura Rich, for the record, those are the big ones, the main ones that impacted PEB that have been signed by the governor.
A follow-up question then. So we did, PEB did put a large fiscal note on SB 139. What happened with that bill?
That one, I believe, died. Let me make sure. I'll look it up right now, but I believe that one did.
I'm sorry, I know it's on the chart. I just can't quite, like, it's so busy, I can't quite follow. Anyway.
Right, so that one died.
It did die. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not hearing anybody jump up and down. So this was a discussion item, so I think we can move on in that case to agenda item 9. Discussion and possible action regarding the implementation of Assembly Bill 48, including the option of a special enrollment period for certain retirees.
So Laura Rich, for the record, in the interest of time, I think everyone understands what this bill did and you know what the problem was and the intent to fix it. So I won't go over again what this is and what it does. But now we have to talk about how do we implement it. The issue here is that typically our plan rules allow for those members those Medicare exchange retirees who fall off the exchange for any reason, they switch plans outside of VIA benefits, and this has only been for state retirees up until now. They are allowed a one-time reinstatement, but they are only allowed that one-time reinstatement during open enrollment. So they have to wait until open enrollment and then in order to come back to PEB and reinstate their benefits. So given that, if we apply the same standard rules to that we have in policy today, in order to implement Assembly Bill 48, these non-state members who have lost their benefits now have to wait an additional year to get their benefits reinstated. It just didn't make sense. And so what we are proposing here is to provide those non-state retirees who do fall into this category, who want to use that one-time opportunity to come back, to provide them with a special open enrollment period. And I want to make it clear that it's only for this group, a special open enrollment period to come back and have their HRA benefits reinstated. And the thought here is that, we don't want to have a wave of people come back. And on top of that, we're going to be working with RPEN and other groups to get the word out. And so I anticipate that, we're going to have a trickle in of retirees who, who are hearing about this. And so the thought here is that we just open it up this entire year and just allow these retirees the entire year to come back and reinstate their benefits and not have to wait until the next open enrollment period to do so. Now, after this year, then we will go back to the normal process that we have in our plan rules where they have to wait until open enrollment, but at least this year we're giving them that opportunity to come back and to reinstate their benefits, because they've probably been waiting a long time anyway, because they haven't had benefits in years. So I think that this really just is housekeeping and the ability to implement this bill in a more appropriate manner rather than making people wait for another year to do that. So the recommendation here is to allow a special enrollment period from July 1 of 2021 to May 31st of 2022, which is the last day of open enrollment, for non-state retirees who are eligible for reinstatement of benefits as a result of AB 48.
So Tom Verducci for the record. I just had a question for Executive Officer Rich. What would our outreach be in order to communicate with these retirees in addition to RPED? We have address listing, newsletter. How would we do the outreach?
Laura Rich for the record, we have some challenges to that because some of these people have been, there are people who were dropped off 8 years ago, right? So we don't keep track when someone's terminated. We don't get new addresses. We don't get, new contact information. They've been terminated. And so at that point, we don't follow them anymore. So there's not a lot of up-to-date addresses. We could send a mailing, and this is something that internally we'll have to discuss, with staff. When is it most appropriate? But there's a potential to send a mailing to the last known address and say, hey, you may be eligible for benefits. We can be proactive to that degree, but again, we are challenged by the fact that these people could have moved. Quite honestly, there's probably a large percentage, they are retirees. They could be passed away.
So would it be possible perhaps to work with RPEN and get an article in their newsletter, maybe any Facebook communication to get the word out, just so if someone has lost their benefits, they don't get the HSA contribution, they know that it's passed and they have that opportunity available to them.
Right. So we'll be working not just with RPEN, but probably with AFSCME as well. We will definitely try to get the word out in, however we can do so. Newsletters, things like that.
Great. I'm happy to see this moving through, and I'd be happy to make a motion on this as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
For the record, Don Bailey, I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, it's been moved and seconded to ask PEB staff to move forward with a special enrollment period from July 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022 for non-state retirees who are eligible for reinstatement pursuant to Assembly Bill 48. Any discussion on that?
I have just a question, I guess. Executive Officer Rich, I'm sorry, can you so for state employees, they get an enrollment opportunity every other year. So they've just had one, is that correct?
Right, so this is actually this is outside of that. So when a person drops their VIA benefits, they enroll outside of VIA benefits, they get terminated from the program. And so, yes, they would have that one-time opportunity to come back, but they have to wait until open enrollment. So this just basically matches what state employees have, what state retirees have with non-states, because non-states did not have that one-time opportunity to come back.
And so when you say, sorry, I'm just trying to understand how it works just fully. So when you say one time, Michelle retires, she's enrolled through PEB, she's done all the right things. And then, some great insurance agent convinces me that their product is so much better than what I'm getting through the VIA. So I switch and I'm automatically dropped from VIA and I lose my HRA. So the one time means I get to do that once. I make the mistake once, and then during open enrollment, I can come back on. And do I get my HRA as if there was never a break, or so I get my full HRA that I earned through years of service?
Laura Rich, for the record, your HRA is reinstated. when you are reinstated. And so let's say that in most of these folks do this during Medicare open enrollment. And so it happens, let's say, in November, October, November, and then it's effective in January. It's not until January, February that they figure out, oh, wait a minute, I've messed up.
Yeah.
And so they then have to wait until open enrollment to come back.
Yeah.
And they do not get that HRA benefit for those 6 months. And so when they do come back, they do get that HRA benefit reinstated. And so it eventually does get reinstated, but there is a time period where they're not receiving it.
And so for the non-state retirees, when we offer this long period to draw them back in, they'll get can they just switch? Like, how will it work with the insurance plan, I guess, and then the HRA? So can they just switch back into a VIA one any old time, or do they?
So, and I do not claim to be a Medicare expert, but Miss Spinelli, I always depend on her when it comes to Medicare stuff, because she's our Medicare SME in the office. Do you mind chiming in here and providing some background on this?
Not at all. Nancy Spinelli for the record. For retirees that are enrolled through a Medicare plan, it depends on the plan that they're enrolled in. If they have a Medicare Advantage plan, their open enrollment for that plan occurs during the Medicare open enrollment, which is in the fall, and December 15th or October 15th through December 7th. And that's the only time that they can change that plan unless they move outside the coverage area. And then the change to that plan would occur on January 1st. And then with the Medigap or the Medicare supplement policies, those individuals, they can change their plan throughout the year, but they have to go through medical underwriting. And so what happens is if someone loses their plan, like Laura mentioned, they enrolled during open enrollment in a plan that's not through VIA benefits, that plan would take effect on January 1st. And then if they wanted to switch their Medicare Advantage plan, they have until March to do that, and they could enroll through VIA benefits at that point. But they can't just change these plans any time of year. It's during Medicare open enrollment. But there is a bill that just passed that's going to allow Medicare individuals who have Medicare supplement plans to change their plan every year on their birthday.
Okay, so I guess thank you, Nancy.
Okay.
So while PEB will open up the enrollment for this 10-month period, in actuality, the period's much narrower because they only have a limited opportunity to actually do that.
Well, yeah, we do have some people that have switched their plan over to VIA benefits, and if they're enrolled in VIA benefits right now, but they haven't participated in the open enrollment period, our non-state retirees, those individuals would be able to come onto the plan as soon as they're notified and start their HRA funding. So we do have people in that situation that are still through VIA benefits, but they're not getting funding because they had a gap in their coverage through VIA at one time. And we've worked with those retirees to get them enrolled back through VIA benefits. But the problem is they're non-state retirees and they can't come back to the plan. So This bill would allow them to reinstate their benefits as soon as they complete their enrollment through PEB. So we have those individuals, and then we have other ones that will have to wait until next year because they can't change their plan at this point.
Okay, I see that it's going to be a real challenge to communicate. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, board members, it's been moved and seconded. So there is a motion on the floor. Are you all ready to vote? Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. With that, we should move to agenda item 10, discussion and possible action on remote participation options for the PEB board meetings after June 1st.
All right, so this one will be fun. I think it's a good discussion item to have. You know, originally when this report was written, AB 253 had been heard and but it had not yet passed through the Senate. It had been heard through the Assembly and not passed through the Senate. The reason we are having a remote board meeting today is because it did pass and it was made effective immediately. So AB 253 just it changes open meeting law to allow for the continuation of virtual board meetings, such as the ones that we've had through the pandemic. This is a discussion that needs to happen among the board members to really, you know, discuss how do we want to do this moving forward? Do we want to go back to in-person board meetings? Do we want to do this virtually, or do we want to maybe have a hybrid approach where, you know, we're doing a little bit of both? The other thing too is that we typically, through all of our contracts, we require vendors to attend these board meetings. And so, you know, if we do a hybrid approach, is this something that, you know, do we want vendors to attend in person? Do we want vendors to attend? Are we okay with them attending virtually? You know, there's a lot of travel involved and in logistics involved, especially for these vendors that, you know, don't get called up to the table and that aren't participating actively in these discussions. Does it make sense to force them to attend in person? And then also, you know, for the public as well, you know, how do we want to open this up to the public? Do we want to have if we want to do these virtually, do we want to have an in-person location? You know, these are just some of the things that need to be discussed so that PEB can move forward, PEB staff can move forward and plan accordingly. You know, it does take some planning to get locations. The technology also has to exist as well. So I know in our PEB board meeting, in our conference room, we have some technology challenges. We've got to make some upgrades and things like that, which IT is definitely working on, but we would have to, so in the meantime, we'd have to get rooms that would accommodate the use of technology if we were to do a hybrid approach. So for example, we can probably use the legislative building anytime that, you know, if it's available in it, as long as we don't go into special session, we should be fine. So these are just some of the discussions that we need to have as far as what board members would prefer moving forward. The other thing that I do want to put out there too is that, you know, we typically in the past, we would have a northern location and a southern location. Is this something that we want to continue doing? Because just so that the board is aware, anytime we had a location in Las Vegas, PEB staff someone from the PEB staff would fly down there and run those board meetings, because you do have to have, there's technology involved, there's, you know, sign-in sheets and agendas and et cetera, et cetera. And so there's some cost to that as well, which we are not opposed to, but I just wanted to make sure that, you know, put it out there that there is, you know, some work to that second location in the South. And so if we were to make it a remote situation, is that something that we'd be open to, or do we want to continue having a location in the South, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll leave it there. I think this is that's a good starting point for a discussion, and maybe having the board members each discuss, you know, what is their preference and how's the technology worked for you? Do you feel like, you know, face-to-face is better? Do we want to have certain board meetings that maybe we require face-to-face meetings and then others we don't? So there's just some ideas there, but I think this is a good discussion to have.
Betsy, I have one question. Have you gotten a lot of feedback? I haven't seen it on any public comment that's come in, but that's probably because COVID was still such that everyone's working remote. But has the public given any input regarding they missed having the in-person locations because I haven't seen anything come in that way in public comment. It's like everyone's been fine.
Yeah, Laura Rich for the record. I haven't seen anything, and I mean, just from, you can see it both ways, right? So virtual meetings do provide for some flexibility and access. It doesn't matter where you're at, you can attend a board meeting.
And it was posted on this agenda, and none of the public comment that came in
right.
regarding this item that I could see, I don't think.
On the other hand, we do service retirees. There's a lot of retirees who, are not great with technology and they prefer face-to-face. So there's benefits and downsides to each one of those.
It's Michelle Kelly here. So, obviously I'm in Las Vegas. I think that the remote has worked quite well. I think that there were some learnings, especially around public comment. But so saying that, I think that everyone's kind of overcome those and we've all got quite comfortable. And so I would be supportive of staff's recommendation, I think, to kind of keep the flexibility. I would also say, though, that I would like to get to know the board members better, and that's hard to do remotely. I think that certainly, we all appear a little differently when we're not having time to chat between agenda items and whatnot. So I would like to have maybe pre-scheduled a couple of times a year where it's face-to-face in Carson City, because that's where the majority are. And I would commit to coming down for those meetings. But as far as running a separate location in Las Vegas, unless we hear otherwise from our participants, I think that remote has kind of worked. So I would be supportive of staff's recommendation.
Linda Fox, for the record, I agree with that. I think this is very convenient, meeting from home or from our offices, wherever we're doing it. But I like the idea of, I think once a year is adequate, once a year in-person meeting.
Tim Lindley for the record. I agree. I do like the hybrid method, and the once a year meeting in person is definitely probably something that we should do, especially come the November board meetings.
Tom Verducci for the record. I'd point out if we do open them up, I'll be showing up in person, but I like the idea that some of our vendors, there's a big expense in flying in, and if they're not asked to come to a meeting and they're showing up at each meeting, we're wasting a lot of their company expenses. And I think the hybrid approach has been working, very well. And not everyone is vaccinated. I mean, I'm vaccinated. I feel very safe showing up places, but I think we continue giving people the choice as far as one mandated meeting a year in November. I think that's all right. And I'm all for option 3. I think that one makes the best sense.
So I just want to jump in here, Laura Rich for the record. I think, so the hybrid approach, the way that I think staff was seeing this is that we do have an in-person location and someone runs that in-person location. Members that want to show up in person, and members that want to show up, and use remote technology can participate that way, and same with the public. So a hybrid approach in our minds was more of, we're doing both. We have an in-person meeting, and those who want to participate in person can. Those who participate in remotely can do that as well. So that's what the hybrid approach is. Now we can do a combination of all of those. We can do where sometimes we have in-person meetings, sometimes we have remote meetings. So that's how we're seeing it. So I think there needs to be some clarification as to if there's a hybrid approach, is that what the board wants to do, is for every board meeting, we have an in-person location as well as that technology component to it as well? Or do we want to do one or the other and we just decide every board meeting how we're going to do it? That's kind of what we're looking at.
This is Laura Freed. I agree with what everybody has said, and Mr. Verducci raises a very good point about some people remain unvaccinated, and I think all the time about my employees who have underlying chronic illnesses who medically cannot get vaccinated. But to your question, Ms. Rich, do we always want to have that in-person and that virtual option? I think yes. And then hearing loud and clear, a couple of board members would like to meet in person. Board members, I'm just going to tell you that I think the rate setting meeting in March, it would be my expectation that everybody shows up in person. And the budget review meeting, whether we do that in July in advance of September budget submission, or we do it in November in advance of GovRec's publication, that would be the other meeting that I would expect everybody to be at in person. But other than that, I would let you as board members use your best judgment and, go with what works for your schedule and your life. And if you want to appear virtually, that is, 90% of the time, that's going to be A-okay with me. That's my feelings on it.
Miss Betsy, I have a question. Did you notice less public comment this past year than you have had historically?
Laura Rich, for the record, absolutely not. I think we had over an hour of public comment at our November board meeting, and that's rare that happens even in person. So.
Well, Tom Verducci, for the record, I think the way it's written here with option 3 looks pretty good. It doesn't really have any mandates that require anyone to show up, and it gives us flexibility to change how meetings will be run without making one meeting a year mandated that individuals show up when maybe they're not in a position to do so. I think it's worded perfectly right here with option 3, my opinion.
That sounds like a motion.
And as the board, I think one thing that we need to also identify is the board okay with vendors participating remotely as well, unless specifically asked to participate in person?
I am.
This is Betsy. I think there are some meetings where vendors have been really highlighted or been involved in a lot of the discussion, then they should come, but otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and I think the rate setting meeting is one where I would expect vendors to be in person, but generally, yeah, I mean, I would love to save the vendors the cost and the time, and to save ourselves in our contract negotiations subsequently, the cost and the time of them always showing up in person.
So it's Michelle Kelly here. So, I'm supportive of all the comments. I guess I would just say that I think while the flexibility is good, I do think it would be helpful to actually, if the chair expects people to be at 2 or 3 meetings, let's pre-designate them so that, because some of our participants will want to come and make public comment when they can see us, same as us wanting to see each other. The public comment is probably the same. So if we can give people lots of notice that these are kind of the planned in-person meetings, I think that would be really helpful. But otherwise, I'm very supportive of the hybrid model and happy to make a motion that matches what staff have in the agenda papers.
So for clarification, I think every board meeting will have an in-person location. If we're going with option 3, every board meeting will have an in-person location. Board members who would like to show up in person are going to be welcome to show up in person, or if board members who wish to participate remotely can participate remotely, unless there's a request by the chair to have all board members show up in person.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, that summarizes my feelings. And to Member Kelly, I would say, again, the March meeting is one where I would expect everyone to be there in person. But I will let you guys choose whether it's July or November that you would want to do the second one, where I think the most people would want to see our little faces in person.
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying, if there's a way to designate the differences versus like hybrid and for at least March, board in person, just so that the expectations of our participants they know, all right, the majority of the board will be in Carson City on this day. The other times, some of them will and others will be remote. That's kind of just.
This is Betsy. I think that the expectation isn't that the board goes to Carson City if they're in Vegas, right? You'll have a Vegas location or no?
We can have a Vegas location if that is what the board decides. It just complicates it a little bit more because you have to have the technology to be able to accommodate it.
This Betsy, I think at least we used to. If we had a northern location, we almost always had to have a southern location because the public was upset if they had to be remote in one part of the state and not necessarily in the other. In fact, we would open up rural, but we did have more people. But my concern would be if we only had a physical location in the north, there might be problems. And so that's where I bring up the cost to PEB. If we roll with it this way and nobody's ever showing up in Las Vegas and we've flown someone down there and paid for a site and paid for a room, then we might need to readdress. But I'm concerned if we only have a physical location in the north, there might be some public concern.
Laura Rich, for the record, traditionally, the Las Vegas location does not get as much participation. Not to say that there's none, but there's usually only a couple people there for public comment, at the most. It's not common that we have a huge crowd in the South.
And this, Betsy, because you have a history with PEB, I'm comfortable with what you feel. I'm working with a different history.
So, Tom Verducci for the record. So if we were going to make any wording changes to option 3, what might work is throwing in-person meetings may be mandated by the board chair. I think that just opens up a degree of flexibility, and we're not saying we're doing 1 a year or 2. And it doesn't also have a mandate that we use a hybrid approach, but it does leave some flexibility for the chair to call a meeting where it's mandated in person.
Tim Lindley, I would second that if that was a motion.
Yes, thanks, Tim. I'll make that a motion. Tom Verducci for the record.
Okay. Board members, it's been moved and seconded to approve option 3 and giving the chair the ability to determine that 1 or 2 meetings per year should be all of us in person. But with there would always be a conference bridge to the south. That's typically what's been done. Even before the pandemic, we had conference bridges open for people to comment in the south, and I would continue with that. Anyway, so that's the motion.
Tom Verducci, and Chair Fried, I wanted to be clear on the wording here. The one sentence that I would like to add, if this is agreed upon, is in-person meetings may be mandated by the board chair. And I wanted to leave out one or two, just if there's any unforeseeable reasons where one or two does not fit in.
Understandable.
So,
Does the member who seconded agree to that? Sounds good. All right. Board members, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Nay? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for the discussion. With that, I think we can go back to our second public comment period under agenda item 11.
For those who have joined for public comment, your name or the last four digits of your phone number will be announced, and you'll be advised that you may now make your comment. Caller with the last four digits, 7338. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record, and you may make your comment. Press *6 to unmute.
This is Priscilla Maloney again with the AFSCME retirees. That's PRISCILLAMALONEY. I had a little difficulty unmuting. Can you hear me, Chair Fried?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So first of all, I would be remiss, and I was remiss if I didn't thank Don Bailey and Dr. Urban for their service to this program for an extraordinarily difficult year. Don Bailey goes back farther and has seen us through some real rocky times prior to this, but I think anybody who stepped up to the plate for public service this year deserves the huge gold star. So I want to thank them for that. On agenda item 5, specifically Mr. Bailey's and Dr. Urban's comments, along with Mr. Verducci and Ms. Kelly's comments, AFSCME retirees also has concerns about anything that approaches an appearance of an all deliberate speed approach to getting our requests in a timely manner as quickly as possible to the governor's program, the portal, for requesting ARP funds to replenish what was lost or damaged through the effects of the pandemic. I would suggest that the board consider that in this 31st special session last summer, so a year ago, AB 3 was introduced on July 15th and voted. The final vote was on July 19th, and in 4 days, Section 131.1 of AB 3 had the so-called employer premium holiday cut, which saved, resulted in approximately $24 million taken out of the program by virtue of that cut. And that was done. We talked a lot this morning about one-time spending, and this was a one-time cut that was done literally in 4 days. I recognize that there was a tremendous amount of meetings and dialogue going up to the decision to give the employers in PEB a premium holiday, but I would suggest to you that as we go forward and look at what we're going to be asking the American Rescue Plan Act dollars to be spent on, that it's not as it's complicated, yes, but it's not impossible. I mean, this act was passed with the idea of specific relief to both state and local governments for exactly this kind of purpose. So we're going to be looking forward to hearing on the July board meeting. My understanding of the decisions made around agenda item 5 is that there will be some sort of report on the efforts made up to that point about trying to access those dollars with maybe even some more specific requests like restoring the long-term disability and the life insurance cuts. That could be done very quickly. And then finally, so I believe board member Aiello said that she had not heard in public comment anything about agenda item 10's proposals on the hybrid access versus other kinds of access. And I would say from my personal lived experience with this session, that even though there were concerns, comments, and some criticisms of the remote access from certain groups or folks who had that individual experience, I also got a lot of feedback, certainly from our members. The AFSCME retirees tend to be older and not as say Zoom savvy as others, but overall there was an appreciation for what I believe was member Kelly's point, which is if you have a life situation, and I think Chair Fried touched on this, a life situation where for whatever reason remote access is safer and more convenient for you, to have a hybrid model in place is a brilliant idea. And I'm very excited to hear different parts of our civic life, because I'm hearing this also from city council, county commission, these kind of conversations going on. And I think going forward, we learned a lot this last 13 months about different ways of accessing civic engagement and public comment and involvement. So I think that that's a great vote, and I'm really glad that different options now are accessible to whatever the person who wants to get involved in. So thank you again to the board for all your hard work. I know these are extraordinary times, and don't think that it's definitely appreciated and noticed. So thank you.
Caller with the last four digits, 0891. Please state and slowly spell your name for the record. Press *6 to unmute.
Thank you and good morning. For the record, my name is Terry Laird, spelled Terry Laird. I'm the Executive Director of RPEN, the Retired Public Employees of Nevada. We are a nonprofit membership organization founded in 1976, and we currently have close to 8,000 dues-paying members. I would like to echo and give a big ditto on the earlier remarks made at the start of today's meeting by our legislative advocate, Marlene Lockhart, and also for members who also spoke from within our employee advocacy groups. We too hope to see PEB benefit with some of those American Rescue Plan funds and also those other funds that were mentioned during this meeting that will expire come December 31st. And we hope you'll be able to put some of that money back where it belongs to all the participants in this program. I also look forward to working with Laura Rich and the PEB staff to get the word out to as many ways possible to all of our members who receive a newsletter from us 6 times a year. And every issue does include PEB commentary from Laura Rich. And finally, I'd also like to express RPEN's appreciation and gratitude to Ms. Urban, as well as Don Bailey for his 8 years of service sitting on this board. As Don said earlier, it is not an easy board to sit on. And we do thank him for all of his efforts to our members and to all PEB participants. Thank you very much.
Caller with the last four digits, 8853. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. 6 to unmute.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-E-R, Southern Nevada Government Affairs Representative, Nevada Faculty Alliance, and UNLV Employee Benefits Committee. I would also like to thank Don Bailey and Dr. Urban for their service on the board. It's very much appreciated by Nevada faculty as we've listened to you and watched you, and there are, in this virtual space, I think actually more of us listening than we listened before. So I'm all in favor of the hybrid model. I would like to thank the board for discussion of agenda item 5, the lively discussion and support for state employees that you voiced. I would also like to say for the record that the Nevada Faculty Alliance reached out to our congressional delegations early on in the American Rescue Plan Fund's legislative process, asking guidance from the United States Treasury. We received some general guidance and even some more specific to the restoration of public employee benefit funds in Nevada from American Rescue Plan funds. It seems clear to our congressional delegation that our restoration of PEB funds is intended by the legislation. Furthermore, I would like to point to 2 questions in the frequently asked questions from the U.S. Treasury that clearly indicate that we qualify, and we qualify with a priority, especially when you look at the counter language in frequently asked question number 43 in that document. I agree that the money that was taken back in AB3 during the special session last summer should be what is asked to be restored. That fits most precisely within the American Rescue Plan legislation guidelines, according to everyone we have consulted. If we start there with 24 to 25 million in restoration, we can do a whole lot toward getting our plans back in better shape for financial year 23. I would also like to answer Executive Officer Rich's comment about one-time money. Having followed the Nevada legislative process for almost 2 decades, I want to say that all money in Nevada is one-time money. We have been whiplashed by the budget process so many times, seeing one thing promised and then cut back in the next legislature. We've seen funds that we expected not delivered, and we've seen funds that were delivered to completely unanticipated ideas and goals according to this biannual legislation that happens, which may not be the best way to make the best policy, with all due respect to our legislators. All money in Nevada is one-time money. We shouldn't accept the 6.5% budget reduction on the grounds that it may never be restored to the base. If there's one-time money to restore it, we should restore it and see what happens next session. Thank you all for your work and your public service. We very much appreciate it, and have a great rest of the week, and look forward to seeing you next meeting. Thank you.
Caller Carter Bundy, please slowly state and spell your name for the record and press unmute and make your comment.
This is Carter Bundy with AFSCME, CARTERBUNDY. Board members, first of all, we want to thank Dr. Urban and Member Bailey for their service. This is an incredibly difficult job. We all know that. And we're really proud of them for stepping up to serve state employees and retirees. So we want to thank you. Secondly, we want to thank the entire board for participating in Senate Bill 360 with us, for working with us to ensure that an employee organization does get a spot on this board through the governor, of course. And I can commit to you that our executive board will work very hard to identify nominees with experience and some kind of background that will contribute to PEB and to the health of our members and retirees. We also want to commend you for continuing with hybrid. It's obviously not possible for everyone to physically be at meetings, and we think this increases participation and is a good way for members to have a voice. Finally, we want to just add a couple of points to the previous comments about the American Rescue Plan. AFSCME was heavily involved in lobbying for state and local aid, as you might imagine, all the way going back to March of 2020. After the CARES Act, we fought month after month to try to get additional aid, as states, and especially Nevada, were incredibly hard hit and revenue really fell. In the course of that lobbying, we made it crystal clear, and it was echoed back to us by Leader Schumer, Speaker Pelosi, and members in both parties, that the money should be able to be used for almost anything. Now, there were two major restrictions put into the actual ARP. It can't be used for tax cuts. It can't be used to shore up pensions. Outside of that, virtually all of the $2.7 billion is flexible. It's not only flexible in terms of how we can use it, the entire point of the ARP was to restore cuts that happened because of this terrible pandemic. The cuts that happened to PEB were largely due to the pandemic, and we think that this is a perfect use of it. As far as it being one-time money, I certainly think Dr. Unger made good points. We do understand that there is a difference, though, in a lot of legislators' minds between one-time money and recurring funds. However, it's worth noting that you are allowed to use this money through the middle of FY25 until December 31st, 2024. So even if you view it as one-time money, it's one-time money that can be used for FY22, 23, 24, 25. So that's a 4-year window in which to use this. Other agencies in this state, and certainly states all around the country, are aggressively pursuing ways to restore cuts that happened to their interest areas. And we certainly hope that PEB will look at this more closely and aggressively seek to restore cuts, because that's precisely what ARP funds are for. We thank you for your time. And again, thank you, Dr. Urban and Member Bailey, for your service.
Caller Marlene Lockard, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. Unmute and.
Good afternoon, members of the PEB board. My name is Marlene Lockard, Lockard, and I am representing the retired public employees of Nevada. Much of my follow-up public comment has been stated already, but I do want to thank the board members very much for their aggressive push and sense of urgency to apply for these ARP funds. I think the plan must include all cuts that have been made as a result of the directive from the governor's office. And with respect to the one-time money comment, I disagree. If the money is put back into the budget as if there were no cuts, that is part of PEB's base budget that would have been fully submitted to the legislature. So if the cuts are restored next legislative session, that's part of PEB's base and should be included. And I do hope that we can be positive with our approach to the governor's office. And as was said by another board member, to have our staff be the champion for the participants of PEB and to restore these budget cuts. I fear that it cannot be done kind of concerns will make us fall prey to inherent bureaucracy that exists. And I think we need to cut through the bureaucracy and think about the needs of real humans in this process. So thank you very much, board. Your comments were wonderful, and we appreciate the role you are playing to help everyone be made whole. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 2237. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record and press *6 to unmute and make your comment. And that caller dropped off, Madam Chair, so I believe we are finished with public comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we are ready to adjourn this meeting. It is 12:49 p.m. And I thank you, board members, particularly Dr. Urban and Mr. Bailey. We will miss both of you. And again, thank you for stepping in a crisis year. I know it was no fun. And Mr. Bailey, you've seen the ups, you've seen the downs. Like the executive officer said, if you're not showing up at public comment to yell at us, then I don't know what. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a great weekend, and we are adjourned.